Good morning, everyone. Nandan, how are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing all right. Hopefully everybody else is doing okay as well.
Yeah, we're just waiting on Igor, but I think we can get going. And to all our viewers, a very warm welcome from our side. Hope you enjoy today's session, and hopefully the market can gift us some trades.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
yeah, we also got some FOMC news coming out tomorrow, so that might be, I don't know, we'll see. A high impact news event or not. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, Igor, I see, is trying to join, but maybe kick things off on us, Nandan, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. Let me share my screen. So last week on Friday, actually, I did take a trade live. It pretty much was a break-even trade. It was like 1 or 2 pip loss, something like that. But I was hoping for the Aussie dollar, a pair that I've been looking at for feels like eternity to move up, but it didn't move up the way I expected it to. It moved up about like 15 pips and then it returned back. So I thought, the dollar weakness would continue this week in strong favor of dollar weakness. But, the dollar pairs, looking at the spreadsheet, the dollar pairs. Oh, did Igor just join? Ah,
No, I think he's got camera issues, but no problem.
okay.
Sorry about
All right.
that.
Yeah, so the dollar pairs, the 4 hour and the daily charts are not showing too much consistency in terms of weakness. I like for them to continue, for the dollar to be weak, and we got some pretty good trend setups, some charts setups on there, especially on the daily and the weekly time frames. So take a look at some of those charts, but most of the other currencies like the Swissy, the euro, the yen, pound, I mean, almost every single currency is not really showing consistency. The entire market is still a bit chopped up. It's still deciding on where it wants to go. It kind of poked its head out on Friday, but then it decided, nah, I don't want to really go that direction, and it kind of just it stopped moving in weakness. But things can change very quickly. When we have news announcements. Um, that can certainly shake the market loose. So I'd really be interested in seeing how the market reacts to the upcoming news events. And I'll do my analysis later today to see is there more consistency in the markets. But yeah, in terms of larger trend support, larger time frame, multiple time frame analysis, there's not a lot of consistency in any of the currencies right now. Just a couple of pairs I did want to go over. The Aussie dollar again. We got into this pair last week on Friday, but unfortunately. Uh, the pair was pretty much a dud. It didn't really go anywhere. It didn't go into strong profit as I had hoped, and um, yeah. So now with this pair, we do have a strong uptrend in place. The daily has broken out of its range. It was pretty much consolidating sideways after this large move to the upside, and now it's kind of broken out. So I'm just looking for a breakout at 0.645, 645. Past there we got a beautiful trend in place on this weekly. It's a fresh cross on the weekly, which is something really nice. When you get fresh crosses on the larger time frames like that, you can potentially have movements for if they continue, if the trend and currency strength and weakness continues. A fresh cross on a larger time frame with lots of potential, which is what we have here, are certainly very powerful trades. These are trades you can just hold on to and they'll just keep moving. So we'll see if that happens, but the next pair is the dollar CAD. I actually really like this pair. This is another pair I've been looking at for forever, it seems like. But again, I'm looking at a breakout point at 1.375. And past there, we have ultimate potential down to the 1.347 area. This pair has been
Mhm.
kind of trickling down, but the thing is, we just haven't had strong momentum to really break and push um, as hard as I'd like. When you get into a position, ultimately I'd like it to, you get in and it goes into strong profitability and it goes about like 40 pips at minimum, so you can get your stop to break even at a comfortable emotional state. Because when you're up like 15 pips and you put your stop to break even, the likelihood of you getting stopped out is definitely greater. So having a larger being further away from the market is always a good thing, especially when you want to hold a trade. So we just haven't really had that push on the dollar CAD. I thought that was going to be it was going to be like that on Friday, but That just wasn't the case. And yeah, I'm just waiting for a breakout on this pair. So the next thing I wanted to look at is gold. Gold has been, making moves again, and we pulled back extremely hard off of these all-time highs, kind of consolidated. I had a straddle alert, on one of the previous sessions that said if it breaks out of this area here or this area here, I'd be interested in buying or selling. Now we broke down past that area, but now we consolidated, and now we're pushing back into the all-time highs. I think, these moves started in the Asian session. So if you were holding gold or you got into gold last night, I certainly think gold is a hold. I'd be looking at, how the 1 hour time frames are moving, how the 15-minute time frames are making these cycles. So it'd be interesting to see, is this pair going to continue? And I think it will continue because the 4 hour trend is very strong. We've broken out of all this junk, and the only resistance we really have is so that's what I'm looking forward to. Uh, yeah, I see we have Igor in here as well. So hello, Igor. Uh,
A lot of calls today, yes.
yeah, yeah. Other than that, the news calendars, we got some New Zealand dollar news later on in the day. I'm probably not going to take a trade today just because the market conditions are still a little bit messy. So I'd like to see the market condition kind of clear up a little bit more for me to really be interested in risking money. If I really absolutely had to take a trade, I'd certainly scale back my position size. Unless it's gold. With gold, what I'm looking for, this is a trade that I'm in a what you call it in a personal account, and we've kind of just pushed up a little bit, but again, I don't really know if this guy will push higher or not. So I'm hoping that this gold pair will push higher, and I have a price alert set at 34.04. So I've already been into this trade. It's been a, I don't know, like 20 minutes or something like that I've been into this trade, but I'd like to get this stop to break even quickly, and really I'm only interested in moving my stop to break even at 34.04. So um, I think if that does happen, it's going to be much easier to I would say stay into this position long term. Again, you want to make sure you're in this position and you have wiggle room. So if the market does decide to pull back, well, it's not going to kill you, not going to chop you out. So that's kind of my thought process on gold right now. I'm going to keep monitoring this trade. Currently, we're up like 30 pips, which is not much. Gold, it can move up really fast. And this is just a trial account. I'm trying to test out a couple new brokers here. So just testing things how things work out on this specific broker. But yeah, that's currently my trading plan for gold. I think if you got into it, great job. But I really think if you got into it right now, like how I did, I think you're late to the move. You certainly have to be monitoring this pair a lot more and
Yeah.
be willing to exit if this pair starts to, reverse. On this 1 minute chart. If I'm seeing this pair starting to reverse or break this current support level, the 1 minute cycle is making higher highs and higher lows. I'd like to see ideally this break the higher highs and continue up in a strong profit. But if it breaks these lows here, I'm probably going to get out. At that point, you know, because I'm late into the move, the session is already, we're late into the session now. We're approaching the end of the session now. I think it's probably better to just wait another day and get into it again. When the 4 hours starts to go sideways, or just at the beginning of a main session. But when the odds are kind of starting to get it against your favor, um, you really got to start to manage your expectations and really look at um, are the odds in your favor or not. So I think that's kind of where I'll leave it for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll update whether this trade goes into profit or not, or more profit, but hopefully it does.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Igor. How are you?
Hello, everyone. So today is my birthday, just to tell you.
Ah,
Oh,
congrats.
nice.
And yes, and I got calls a whole day. I'm just getting calls from everyone, and this is the nothing special. It's a 46 number, so it's not a round number, but this is it. So
Congrats, Igor.
Nice.
thank you, guys. So first, I want to talk a little bit about market and the setups and everything, because for me, today's is a wild day, and I would just start to show you what are my opinion about the market right now and why
Okay.
it is very weird. So if we take just for this whole week, all Forex news that we can expect, we can see that tomorrow we have a farm statement, federal funds rate, etc., etc. By theory or main expectation, we want to see that there will be no change to the interest rate to be 4.5%. But there is one big problem here. Donald Trump and his administration, they push the Fed to decrease the interest rate because they want to help stock market to recover after this tariff war. And this is the biggest problem and biggest struggle between the Fed. Fed wants to be independent, strong, with opinion. But politics is a miracle, and there is a lot of push here. And there is a slight chance that this expectation is not true, that we can see interest rate decrease earlier. If that happens, that means that major Forex pairs can start going up. On the other side, we know there is a high probability that UK will decrease interest rate. And now it's very interesting. If we see just the major expectation, we can see, okay, British pound should be weaker, US dollar should be stronger, and British pound dollar should go down. And today we had something, it's really, really remarkable. In my point of view, we had one of the biggest push when we analyzed the choppiness of the market in that case. And I will just start to show what I mean there. So if I go, for example, on a 15-minute chart, this is the British pound dollar futures. I'm just taking this chart, I can see the volumes right now, but look this is the Euro session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we had 14 15-minute candles, and every single candle was bullish. And this is something that I have never seen in the last 2 years. This kind of push. This kind of push I can see only if we have some crazy good results for CPA or some inflation report, and we have everything on our side and have so big input. And so what I think right now, I think that there is some case of it will be really crazy that I'm talking like this, but I think that there is some kind of insider information related to the interest rate for either for British pound dollar, either for US dollar, because some big bank to do this kind of the push, it's not without some fundamentals behind. So I will just show what I'm thinking. Look this. If I go to the US dollar, this is the US dollar index. Okay, if I watch, for example, 1 hour chart, we can see that last day, for example, it was yesterday, for example, we reached 99.5, and in that moment, British pound dollar was, I think, 1.3325, and now we're just below a little bit this level, and the British pound dollar went 60 pips above that. So what I mean is someone pushing British pound dollar. So British pound is so strong when we compare with the US dollar index. So if I go to the euro dollar, you can see that euro dollar, okay, it's a little bit bullish. There's no problem. But look this. This is from the Friday. Right now, we are still below this resistance trend line. And whole euro session, we were, in the levels like yesterday. So yesterday for euro dollar, we reached 1.1360, and now we're only about 1340. So this moment, I see that someone pushed British pound dollar because there's something important there, some fundamental, something, or this is not random. Because if we analyze the currency strength, I know the British pound is strong, but this is this is not normal. When I analyze statistical data, this is not normal. And I think that we need to analyze the scenarios, what can happen. So there is a high probability that interest rate for the US dollar tomorrow can be, a little bit decreased. And if that happens, US dollar will be weak. And because of that, British pound dollar and all our major currency pairs will go up. That can happen. Or maybe someone has information that the government will not decrease the interest rate for British pound dollar. So there is a something. So I just want to see tomorrow and the day after that the news, because I know there is a something there, because this kind of the push is not by accident. And if we analyze British pound dollar right now, we can see the volume profiles. So if I go and just see the futures, just to see the volume profiles here, I can see that we had really a lot of price levels that were really strong resistance. For example, this was a strong resistance because of this is the May 2 high. This is the yesterday high. Then we had 1.336 level, which was a very high resistance, strong resistance, because it's my bullish bearish validation point, because it was a support for such a long time. Then we broke that support, former support start to be resistance, and that resistance still holds. And it's a very strong resistance. And of course, 10-15 pips about that level is a 1.3367. And I think this level is important because if we draw Fibonacci retracement from the high to the low here, you can see that this level is actually 0.61% Fibonacci retracement to that level. So as you can see, we had a 3-4 strong resistance, and British pound dollar without any 15 minutes candle bearish just pushed that without any problem whole euro session and reach 1.34. So what is my plan related to the trading? I think that we need to be bullish for British pound dollar, and this is the very important thing. I think that just to remove this Fibonacci level, so I can yes. I think that the next important level is 1.336, and I'm bullish if I'm above 1.33. So above 1.333 level, so it's around I think 60 pips from now, I'm bullish for British pound dollar. Now this was the resistance yesterday. Now this is support for today, and I think that this level up to 1.336 is some kind of the support zone, and everything above that is our targets. So if we just go in this move like now, we can reach 1.344. So that can be a potential target, because this is the monthly high, and right now we are around level 1.339, 334 actually. So this is the moment for traders to choose how to trade. Right, I'm out of trades right now because I missed this strong push. I was bearish for British pound dollar up to 1.336. After that, I need to see some pullback or something to enter into trade, because as you can see right now on the 1 hour chart, we have 75 relative strength index. We're really overbought. That doesn't mean that we will not reach maybe 50 pips up right now. It's just a not good moment to enter into trade, because maybe we can see some pullback here. But as you can see right now, we're really pushing about 1.34, and I just want to see soon what can happen here. So this is my just objective for the British pound dollar, and I hope that a lot of traders just avoid this trap, because British pound dollar was really in bearish move, had a really good resistance, and I think that a lot of traders try to sell on resistance here, and I think that a lot of traders losing money today, which is not good. What I want to show too when we watch euro dollar is that we are starting to go up for euro dollar too. We are bullish for euro dollar, and I'm bullish based on this relative strength index trend line. So I believe while we are above this line, we are bullish. So I hope to see it's I think 1.30 level with the holds, and I think that we can reach the new targets here. I just want to show you that again, that we just breaking this. It's very difficult to draw perfectly, but right now I think that same as British pound dollar, euro dollar is going up. So there is a chance that big banks have information that tomorrow US will decrease the interest rate. So I think this is not random, because if you just see the relative strength index that we have, just we just show this is the very long time, and put this, and this is, I think that without this news tomorrow, the market look should be really different than right now. So this is the main thing. And the one thing that it's a little bit strange for me is that Aussie dollar and Kiwi dollar are not so strong. As you can see, this is the 30-minute chart, and we are bullish a little bit last few hours, but it's not so strong. When I go to the daily chart, you see we are bullish. Today candle is bullish, but it's very slow. It's very slow. It's too slow, and it looks like it can go up. It's a bullish, but I'm out of these trades, because these are slow burning assets, so I avoid that. The New Zealand dollar, the same thing. We are bullish, but like I said, it was a little bit mixed this day. Yesterday we had a really bearish move. Now we have a bullish move. We are below to the yesterday high, so this is going to be a bullish maybe on the end of the day, because the whole market is bullish. US dollar index start to go down, as I see, but I'm out of this trade because I don't have any good level right now. So as you can see right now, we are on the low level that we had. This was the May 2. So the lowest level from the Friday, we are right now for the US dollar index. And we need to see what will happen here. If that breaks down, which is there is a huge probability for that, we can start again to go down, and this can be end of the short-term US dollar recovery. So the interesting thing is that yesterday we reached 100 level, but that didn't hold, and we are right now down here. So this is something that I watch. Right now, I do not have any kind of trade, and I just want to see today how market reacts, what's happened with all major forex pairs, and to see the next thing. And Nandan, I just forgot to ask you, what is the strength for British pound dollar today? Can you analyze maybe just British pound dollar, because it's extremely strong in the British pound dollar, but I just want to see for other currency pairs in British pound dollar process.
Yeah, of course. So I actually saw that too. The pound pairs were kind of getting strong on the charts. I think that's just more intraday momentum kicking in. But I don't know if well, I went over the spreadsheet earlier, but essentially the dollar is not really consistent, and neither is the pound, not on the 4-hour, the daily, or the weekly. The pretty much the entire market. I'll show this spreadsheet again, but pretty much the entire market is kind of just going sideways. And we did have some push last week on Friday for dollar weakness, but it's not really that consistent anymore. But specifically the pound, it's completely mixed. There's a lot of no trends on this pair, so I don't know if that pound strength is going to continue. I think it was just more so intraday momentum kicking in today, but I certainly did see that on the smaller time frames, seeing pound strength come in. But I wish the dollar weakness did also continue as well. But that's kind of the analysis. I mean, also look at the D1s and the 4 hours. Column on the left hand side. Majority of these pairs, majority of the forex market is kind of just going sideways. I thought it chose a direction on Friday, but it pretty much failed. The market said, nope, I'm going to go back into my range and chop. And I think, we're kind of again in that position of we're in a choppy market, and I think news is probably going to be our best friend again. But we're just trying to see if the market's what direction the market's going to go now. It chose a direction for one day or like a couple hours, and then it decided to, no, I'm not going to go in dollar weakness direction. So that's kind of the analysis on pound dollar specifically. Pound is not really doing much, and neither is the US dollar. So
this push,
Nandan, Igor, can I just quickly show my charts? I just hit the market order on crude oil here.
Yep. Go ahead.
It is a bit of impulse. I wouldn't say impulsive, but it's a little bit of aggressive entry. But it is what it is. And I'll talk you through that. So if we quickly look here at the 5-minute time frame, you can see I'm short there on crude at the moment. We've had a really nice bounce to the upside here, and that's after crude oil actually aggressively sold off for a while. And then from, when was this, Friday's close into Sunday's electronic open, there was quite a big gap. The price has filled that. We were actually looking at this yesterday during the morning session. And we're sitting with a cluster of highs here that formed here on Friday. So during the morning hours I was watching this, and I don't really think price is going to get in today, but you can clearly see that price just went above that. And then we had this sort of like engulfing red candle to the downside. Now, if we switch to the 1-minute time frame here, and this is why I'm saying I'm aggressive about this, because I can't really see proper change in price structure to the upside here. So as you guys probably know now, with the liquidity sweep strategy, you want to see price do this, right? And then break a zone and then break a previous price structure point. In this case, would be a higher low. Right now, if we had to do the same drawing over the current price action into this high, it's not really clear here on the 1 minute. Was this, and I'm using this as a price structure breakpoint, so I have to try to be a bit more aggressive here. Price then had that move lower. I might just be dreaming up things here, but there was a fair value gap that did form, and it's sort of like lying inside of that zone that I've drawn between this red candle over here. Let me just blow that up. This longer ranging one and this one over here. So giving us a fair value gap. And I was watching this as you guys were talking, so sorry for interrupting there, but price sort of like mucked around in there for a while, and then we had this little red candle to the downside and decided to take a jab at this. I'm not trading with heck of a lot of lots. So it is what it is. Stop loss slightly above that first candle that formed part of the fair value gap. And I've got a 1 to 2 risk reward to the downside around 58.57. Again, not taking a huge, I'll say, size on this trade, but definitely hoping that we can at least get another drop lower. If this just turns out to be some sort of a correction, then I think if price does break the 58.79 level, that I'll start tightening my stop just a little bit. And then if price then comes up, takes me out after that, then so be it. Alternatively, I might just be completely wrong about this and price moves up, but it's not a biggie. Like I said, I'm not trading a huge lot size here at the moment. So that's the trade. Entered with a sell market order, did not get the best price. Price was nicely within the this fair value gap for some time. Again, did move slightly below it. It was actually an earlier test, but I completely missed that. So let's see how this plans out. Again, might be completely wrong about this. Price might want to go back up. But that's also what risk management is all about, right? Not really stressed out because I'm not trading huge size either. So that's the crude oil trade. Yeah.
All right, nice. Could I update you guys on that gold trade I took?
Yes.
Please do.
Yeah. All right, let me okay. Hopefully you guys can see my screen.
Yep.
Yeah, so I actually ended up getting out with about 30 pips of profit. I mean, it was more so of a test trade. Again, I'm testing out a new broker, so it's I'm not going in with a heavy position size, but you know, this was more so a scalp. Again, what did I say earlier? I'm late into this move. We're approaching the end of the session, and I think the best course of action was to probably get out. The 1 minute, 5 minute are pretty much just consolidating sideways. And gold, man, when it makes big moves in one direction, the pullbacks are very big as well. So the thought process was you'd rather be in the market, or sorry, you'd rather be out of the market wishing you were in the market wishing you're out. That's a saying that I live by, man. You got to really protect your capital in a way. And this is more so just a test trade, but again, it's a scalp. A scalp is a trade, so I might as well just it is a trade. A trade is a trade. It doesn't matter if it's a good one or a bad one. A trade is a trade. But I think I could be wrong. This gold pair could certainly just skyrocket again. But I think for the rest of the day, I think I'm out. I'm not really interested in taking positions, and because the entire market is chopped up, I think this is just more of just a test to see how the spreads are on this broker now. The leverage affects it because been in search of new brokers. So interestingly enough, that was my trade on gold. 30 pips, nice little scalp, and I think I'm done for the day.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me just quickly, where's our time at the moment? We're already just over 15 minutes into the morning session. So I just need to log something here. Let me quickly talk about the other markets while that trade is still underway. It's still open, by the way. Price bit running sideways in that area, so hopefully this is not some sort of a triangular correction. That might just mean that price wants to go higher. But anyway, I have other markets to look at here as well. On the NASDAQ, pretty strong downwards move since yesterday. Now we're sitting here with a area where we had a cluster of previous lows, right? And this formed on the 1st. The 1st was Thursday. When was it? Yeah, Thursday last week. So I would be willing to go long on the NASDAQ, again, if everything falls in place according to my strategy and if price can actually run this area. Again, like I just explained there on crude oil, but obviously just in the opposite direction, I want to see a break of that area, a move back upwards, break of price structure on a 1 minute time frame, fair value gap to form, and then to get out. All right, so that is the thinking there. I can see that my P&L is going nuts here. Let me just have a look at the crude oil chart again. So a little bit of sideways chop. Sorry, I'm just skipping between things here, but I also have to monitor this trade. If we do get a break of this little first decline here, then I'll be willing to go position my stop slightly above that area, which we just got. So reducing my risk by just a little bit. I'm still hoping that I can get at least a double reward of what I initially risked. All right. And then obviously we also look at the S&P 500 or the SPX 500 if we trade CFDs. Same sort of thing. We have these lows on Thursday last week. Similar in price action, right? The NASDAQ and the ES do follow each other, very similar in price action and in direction. So if we can get a break of this zone, a reversal back upwards, then it's going to be time to choose between either ES or the NASDAQ. And that's why I do follow both of these markets, because sometimes the one sets up nicer than the other. Sometimes the one has a nice price structure point where that's nice and visible, where the other one doesn't. So I can then just pick and choose between the two. It's been a pretty strong decline thus far, but I'm still bullish in the long run. Still expecting, and this is a correction that I've been expecting for since when was this beginning of this week. So I'm finally getting that. It might just mean that we might have better prices to actually go long here. And just following this strategy, it'd be nice if we can just take out these lows or that cluster of lows that formed on Thursday last week, and then either decide to trade the SPX 500 or the NASDAQ. See, we're very, very close to those levels or that zone. So I'll monitor things on my side, and if we do get a break of that, then I'll definitely switch back to the charts. Thus far, crude oil is just hanging about, doing its thing. I'm just wondering, maybe this is an ABC type of move with another move back up, but I've tightened my stop, so price very close to my actual entry level, which is right around about 58.89. So yeah, fingers crossed, see what happens. That's a quick update on my side. Igor, do you still have anything you wanted to show? I rudely interrupted you again.
First, before I start to show, I just want to answer a question, because there is a comment in the comment section. I will just read it. Just have some problem with screen to reopen. Yes. Igor, did a British pound dollar rise strongly to the break to the top, or hit 1.31 and fail? So this scenario where we hit some level and just fail very fast, this is not something that we can expect. I will just talk about this is just a theory and technical analysis. It's about how to call that freshness of the high. So if you have a fresh high, so in the past you didn't have that kind of high, and you can expect the price reach some high and then just fail without any problem. Sometimes you can see that, not always, maybe 50%. But when you have some area when price retests a lot of times, so 1.3341 and 1.343 and 344, that was the area that we 2 weeks touch a lot of times, and in September, in October 2024, and it's just a place when we were so many times, and because of that, there is a low chance, we cannot say 100%, but there's a low chance that we can hit and just go down. However, right now it's an interesting trade right now related to the British pound dollar. I just think about to create one very low risk trade. I will just share the screen right now, but I have problem to log in. I'm waiting still to log in to the platform. But while I'm waiting, I can show just to see. I will try to refresh. There is some problem today. I'm trying to refresh. I think yes, I succeed, so I can share right now. We will check the Prime platform right now just to share that. I hope that you know that. Sorry, it's a wrong. It's a wrong. I will just try again. Sorry. Today. Yes, finally. I hope that you see right now.
That's coming up. There we
There
go.
you go.
Yes. So I closed my British pound dollar sell trade with a profit. I have still the losing trade with the US dollar Swiss, but I have a stop loss at 1.81. I will wait because this trade was related to the strong weak currency. The weak currency, the stronger currency was US dollar a couple of days ago. The weaker is the Swiss franc. And I just paired that too. There's a huge risk reward ratio, and I keep that trade still now. What now I want to do is I want just to open a British pound dollar. I will try to find the chart here, but there is yes, we can see the chart. Okay, so I'll just go to the one maybe 15-minute chart. It's a better. Yes, we are now at the 50-minute chart. So what is the catch here? Right now, we are above 1.338. Right now, this support is very strong. We last 1 hour, we tried to achieve that support and to go down, but it's very hard. We hit 1.34, and now we're somewhere around 1.339. What I think that it can be interesting trade is to buy. I would just show British pound dollar right now to buy. And when I do that, I will make the stop loss to be 336 and take profit at 342. This is the one-to-one risk reward ratio. We have a strong stop loss at 1.336. It's a major, very, very strong support and strong resistance, very, very strong place. And right now, this 1.338 holding very good last 60 minutes. We're pushing a little bit higher. And what I'm looking right now is that all major Forex pairs against US dollar pushing higher. And I see, for example, that right now, the US opening range, the first half hour is finished. So I think this can be interesting trade. Of course, everything can flip off and start to go in a different direction, especially because we are overbought right now for British pound dollar. But the low risk, this is the low risk trade. We went 20 pips down from the ultimate high, and I hope that we can see maybe a high of 1.342 today, because when I watch British pound dollar, I will just open 1 hour chart just to see. This is the really, really strong push. And based on my experience, when we have so big push like this, maybe we can see some rejection here, but usually we have several attempts. Several attempts to reach the resistance, to reach some high, because this strong trend without any kind of the choppiness. So this is really clear bullish trend for British pound dollar for the whole Euro session. Usually we cannot see 100% different bias in the US session and just to flip to the downside. And when we watch other, like I said, like euro dollar and other currency pairs, we can see that all of them are bullish right now. So we can see that, yes, it's a bullish we just broke the resistance trend line. So, and other assets are against the US dollar are bullish. So I hope that this trade can be very interesting right now. But the risk should be, I think, 2 or 3 times less than usual, just because the British pound dollar is overbought, just because of that. So there is a risk, always there is a risk for a bigger pullback. So this is why my risk is a little bit decreased, but I hope that we can see push right now higher. So guys, what do you think about this trade in British pound dollar right now? What is your opinion maybe about this?
Yeah, I guess with the momentum that's strong, it's probably good for a quick one. But then again, as you mentioned, it's really traveled, like you said earlier, like 14 candles. What was that on the 15-minute time frame to the upside? So, is it going to run out of steam or not? It's worth a shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Usually I'm doing this because when you have this kind of the day, when you in the US opening range, you are still holding the price. During the Euro session, have a skyrocketing bullish trend. Usually, I can see to the end of the day the bullish trend. So it's very hard to just to start and go to the opposite way. And this is why I entering this trade, only because my experience all these years, because I really want to see on the end of the day that every single major currency pair against US dollar to be somewhere higher without pullback, because US dollar is weak and there is no anything that can push, especially there's no news. Yesterday we had news, for example, and that news pushed the market in one side, but today there's no news, and there is rumors that that can be interest rate decrease tomorrow. Even we expect no change. So I think that this trade we can give the shot here and to wait to see what will happen. So I will just stop my screen right now. If you want to share something else, guys.
I just want to quickly talk about the NASDAQ here. That crude oil trade, by the way, didn't work out. So took a small loss there, something like $45 or something. But to talk you quickly here through the NASDAQ, I'm already here on the 1 minute. Remember, I was talking about that little zone there where we had those clusters of lows that formed last week. So price just pipped it, as you can see, and it's now trying to push back to the upside. If you quickly switch to the 1 minute time frame here, you'll see that price made a lower high, pipped that low, and then gave us a fair value gap right there. That price is just tested. So, this to me is a trade entry, and I might be missing it. But I think if we can just get a little bit more deep into the zone, I'll be willing to take that, stop it, go below this recent low, and I'm just going to do it. Bugger that. Got into that, took the chance. Not really a chance. I mean, it's according to the strategy. So hopefully you guys can see what I mean by that. So you're not seeing it on the screen here to just maximize things nicely here. But we did make a lower high, lower low, break that zone, strong push back up that broke at previous price structure point, which was a lower high. So that's a change of character, or as they call it, some people call it.
Yeah.
And actually with my market order, I got nice and long right up on top of that zone. Right, so obviously you always want to trade with a stop loss. Stop loss will go below this low over here. And I want to target double that to the upside, which would probably be around about these previous highs. So around about there. Sorry, guys, I'm just visually quickly trying to place my orders.
No, it's all good.
And
It's hard for me.
that's a setup. So, when a setup does occur, it does, work the way that you envision it should. Everything fell into place. I've got no choice. Can't and ah about it. It might not work out. But I took the trade based on the strategy. So that's pretty much it. I'm in the trade.
Nice. So
This one
Richard,
does
a
work.
quick question about your initial stop placement. Do you go to the pip on the stop? Like I know you said you try to, or you put your stop below the lows that it made. Is your stop directly on the pip of that
No,
candle
it's
there?
slightly below it. Just
Slightly below.
thumb
Okay,
sucking it. A couple of pips below.
gotcha.
So there we go, guys. I'm in this. So let's see. I am also monitoring things here on the side, trying to, note timestamps for my journal.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's sometimes difficult talking and trading at the same time, but that's it. That's about it there. So hopefully this one works out. Again, it wasn't a big trade or big size. I think it's more for everyone to see how things work out when you do get into a trade with a strategy. Again, a liquidity sweep strategy. We had a major sort of area that's been taken out to the pip, probably 1 or 2 pips, and then we have a strong bounce to the upside. Hopefully it continues upwards.
Nice.
All right. Anything else you want to share, guys?
Man, I think for me it's already the day, That trade I took on gold earlier, that the 30 pip, I don't even really count that as a trade. I don't really care about that trade. It's more just a test. But tomorrow is the main day. You got U.S. interest rate news, FOMC, all that good stuff coming out. That, man, things can go crazy. Everything goes haywire at that moment. So I'm really expecting a lot of momentum and volatility tomorrow, especially with the recent news that we've been having, with Trump. And I'm really interested to see how the market will react to it. So I think tomorrow definitely is a very big day that everybody has to be in front of the computer. You got to be in front of the computer for that. If you don't, then it's okay, but you're gonna miss out on some movement there.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
probably very volatile, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And again, the way I like to approach news trading specifically is I like to wait 10 to 15 minutes after the news for that initial spike to just kind of calm down, and then for
Yeah.
it to set up a little consolidation, a 5-minute consolidation, just a couple of bars where the movement's just going completely sideways. And then if there is a potential setup, lots of potential, a good breakout point, then I like to go in with a full scale entry size. And if it's just a momentum or intraday based trade, then I think a lower lot size and uh, taking profit sooner is a lot better of an approach rather
Yeah.
than staying in the trade and holding it for long term. So
Agreed.
yeah. Yeah, other than that, I think today I'm pretty much done. I probably wasn't even gonna wake up today if I had the if I wasn't
Well,
on.
luckily you woke up. Nandan.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, Nandan, during the news tomorrow, what is the time in your country?
News tomorrow for me is gonna be 11 a.m. So it's gonna be, unfortunately, it's 7 o'clock right now for me. So it's 7
Ah,
a.m. right now. So it's gonna be
okay.
past the yeah, past
Yes.
my when I'm live. I'm not gonna be live at that time, unfortunately. I would love to show how I would approach it.
Yes. Yes. It's
Yeah, because
crazy.
that's at what, 2? No, yeah, 2 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern.
yeah.
Okay. Right. So on this trade, we got a few hurdles from a price structure perspective. Well, not price structure. We got a fair value gap that formed over there. And I quite like watching these. If price do break them, it's pretty bullish. If that makes sense. There was one lower down here. Again, it's not really, fair value gaps can form all over the show. But it's like where they form that's really important. So this first one that formed after price broke that zone, you see we just hit that fair value gap that formed on the top here prior to this decline into that area. So you can also use these as areas to place your stop losses. But I entered quite close to this little one here. So I think if price does manage to break through this fair value gap, maybe retest it, pushes away from it again, maybe breaks these highs, then I'll start going to break even and potentially aggressively start trailing my stop. But thus far, looking good. Don't want to jinx it. Anything can happen in these markets these days. These V-shaped bottoms that we get and fast reversals are highs. It's definitely a probability. But I am at the moment, I think, looking pretty decent on this trade.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, guys,
Cool.
can I show a little bit just how British pound dollar right now, just to show a few things here related to the trade and related to the behavior of the volume profile. So right now I'm watching British pound dollar futures because I just want to analyze the real volumes, and I have a delta flow of volume here just on the left side. So what first, if you watch 1 hour chart here, we can get so I changed in the last couple of weeks my strategy related to the volume profiles, just a little tweaking I created, and that is correlated with I'm avoiding volume profiles related to the sessions. So what I do, I watch the whole market moving, the whole zone that we are oscillate in the last 7 days when I watch 1 hour chart. And for example, right now, I'm using a 5 days time span when I analyze the volumes. It's because in the last 5 days, we are oscillate between 1.3420 up to 1.326 or 3250, and this is very good because I can analyze multiple profile zones for every single push up down during these last 5 days. And what we can figure out here is that sometimes we have the zones with a strong support and the zones with a strong selling or buying opportunities. And as I mentioned in the first part of this session, is that I watch. If you can see this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 red net volume profiles, all that price levels were so strong for British pound dollar. So we can see this highest price that we had on 1.333 and 336 and 335 and 3374, which is a 61% Fibonacci retracement. Every single of them was very strong. And this movement is something unnatural. So it should not be like this. When you have a lot of resistance one by one, that should be a struggle to break all of that. Usually we need to see a choppy price. You touch one level, there is a reaction. You touch another level, there is a reaction. And you do that all the time in that way. But here we get just a push. On other side, we have a special low volume price levels like this that I show at 1.333, for example. In that areas, you will find support, you will find resistance, or you will just pass so fast there, and the price will be sucked like vacuum. You just go through that, and these levels are sometimes very good to enter into position, which this level was very good to enter today in a buy position. So if I made mistake today for a buy position, maybe it was this moment here. However, my logic was very good not to enter into buy position, because on that price level we had yesterday and Friday's high and multiple highs, and I just figure out that it would be stupid to go against that and to go in that direction. So right now, what I will do, I will go to the 1 minute chart. And right now we can see that last more than 1 hour, we are struggling to break 1.338 price level. So right now we are somewhere there where the support is, but we are struggle and we are starting to, we are trying. There is attempts here, but you can see how here we have a low volume profile. So if we break 1.338, few pips down, it will be very fast. It will be big 1 minute candle. But after that, we have a multiple stop loss, and especially we have 1.336. Where is my stop loss for my buy trade? So this kind of trade is a little bit, if we analyze, a little bit tough. But for me, I realize that very often when I enter into the trade, that trade is not simple as it looks. So the hardest, the trade with the most pain usually is my most profitable trade. Sometimes you will enter in some resistance, and maybe when you watch, you feel uncomfortable because there is no all triggers on your side, especially if you're a counter trader right now. But the good thing is it's normal because when you enter on resistance, of course, it was a bullish trade before that. And if you enter in support, of course, last some time, it was a bearish move. So it's always like that. But what I like is when I see this, like this on the chart, 1.338 level is so strong, and keep this trade. And if I go right now to the British pound dollar Forex, you see the little bit different chart right now. And you see maybe more than ever how this 1.338 holds. So we had a 1.34, 338 holds, which is very good. Why? Now we can see the bigger push. So as you can see and watch right now, we are seeing a bigger push. It's not big yet, but it looks like. I will just make a trend line here like this. Okay, like this. So very soon we can expect to break this some kind of the 1 minute trend line resistance, and then look how it's push higher. And this is very good because in this way we can reach 1.34, retest again, and then we can go more to the next targets, which is normal because US session is already started, and we always have enough time for little bit extension and for a little bit new high or new low. So this is the very good moment right now for this. And I just watching these price levels, and I hope that we will see some push. Just to check the euro futures, what's happened here. Okay, yes, we are right now. Yes, what we have right now for euro dollar, we broke this resistance. This is the from the Friday up to 9 trend line. We broke that trend line, went few pips above, and not right now in this moment we retest this trend line. This is not the bearish move. This is just retesting. And I think after this retest, we will see continuation to the upside, which is normal to see when you break any kind of the trend line. And majority of statistically, usually we see the new highs after that. So this is the very good moment right now.
Right, Igor, can I quickly show my chart there?
Yes, please.
Sorry about that, bud. So we had a nice push higher. We just broke this little swing point over here. Price made it above that fair value gap. Kind of did test it, closed above it. So stop loss now for me is going right there.
It's a beautiful move to the upside.
Price very close to take bar profit. But remember, this is just a 1 to 2 trade. So it's not the profit point is sort of like at an arbitrary sort of area. You know what I mean? So I do quite like watching where price is in relation to those points, and I'm just going to start locking in profit here. It's came within a few pips of my stop loss, and oops, that was too quick. Let's move it to this low over here.
Beautiful.
And it will either take out my stop loss or my target. One thing I do not want to do is, have price miss my target by a few pips and then sit through one heck of a decline again.
Yeah. All right. That would be horrible.
Yeah. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Come on, Nazi. That's why I do like trading this strategy with the NASDAQ, because when you write about it, it does move quite strong. It likes to go into a direction. And even if the trade doesn't work out, most of the times, at least you get a decent move out of these fair value gaps after a break of an area. Sometimes, you can at least get to break even and just walk away, although you're not going to make any profit. But you get quite often a nice reaction out of it after a sweep, I would say. And in my mind, this would be a picture-perfect example of a liquidity sweep.
Beautiful.
Come on. No. Being quite aggressive here. One could probably say I'm fighting for a $1 either side here.
Yes.
But it does feel nice sometimes when price reaches your target, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, there you go. Nice.
Right, it's a nice little trade, a good example of the strategy I do follow. Again, obviously we all have different strategies, but there's different ways to slay the market, right? Right, so yeah, I made a bit of profit back. Well, actually made a bit more than last week. Monday, I took 3 trades. First 2 were losers, and this today, it's kicking off the week again with a loser and then making it back again. So I guess you've got to stick with things, right?
Yeah.
And try again. But that's probably it for me today from the trading side of things. So hopefully for our viewers, that was a good example of how the strategy work. In this case, it's my strategy. You guys all got different strategies, but always nice to see things set up and then talk through it. Yeah.
Yes.
Man, good job.
Thank you.
Solid work. Yeah. Yeah, guys, I'm pretty empty. I don't really have much to really add. Other than that, I'm waiting for tomorrow. So I feel like I'm a broken record here, just repeating the same thing over and over again. But yeah, I mean, Igor, if you want to share something, I mean.
No, I just watched this trade that Richard just made, and I just wonder when you create this entry point. I see this is the excellent low volume profile area, and which did you watch the Euro session low? Or I see that this low of today is the low of the May 2 even. What do you think, Richard?
Yeah, that low was May 5th. Oh, sorry, second. Like you said there.
Yes, May 2nd. Beautiful.
So
really,
it's
really.
always just doing your morning sort of prep. You want to see where price could be going towards. And
Yes, yes,
quite
yes.
often you get nice reactions from what I call clusters of lows,
Yes.
right?
So,
So they're
so
not just like one low, like a point with a V shape, and then you get a move back
yes,
to the upside. But this zone I drew in before we started our session today, in prep for today's trading, right? So you can
yes,
see we also almost have a double or triple type of bottom here. And rather than just like dropping a line in there, I just encapsulated them by drawing a little zone. So price was very simply just approaching that zone. And if
yes,
we do the reaction from it, then you react from the trading side of things. So we got that bounce. A beautiful scenario where, let me just get rid of this and blow this up. Where price made low lows, lower highs on the 1 minute. And again, I'm doing this aggressively, breaks it. And this is a beautiful example. A pip or two
Are
below
you
that
sharing
zone.
the chart?
Oops, am I not? Did it go away, guys?
There you go. There you go.
No, I show it at all. All right. Anyway, this is a good example of how price just pipped that zone that occurred on the second. So you're right, Igor. That was a area that I was looking at for price to run. It just did so by a pip or two. It, on a 1 minute time frame, probably gave you like a nice little 5-wave move, like Howard would like to say. It
yes.
broke above this lower high. Nice strong move, and it did so with a fair value gap. So those are all the elements that you're waiting for that trade, and it retested it once, twice, and then boom,
Yes, yes. So
upwards.
you don't use only today low high. You just see the bigger picture, which is really good. Which is really good for
Yeah, so it's not just
previous.
today's. I mean, if you were looking at today's overnight session low, well, I mean, it didn't really make any until the 9 o'clock, 9:30 mark.
Yes.
It just kept making lower lows, lower highs. You always look to the left. You can see here around about, when was it, 4, 5 in the morning,
Yes.
Eastern now, price took out this higher low here. But, I want to trade in this time window between 9 and 11. This occurred before that time window, so no trade for me. I want price to take out clear levels that you can see on the chart on either the previous day or overnight session highs and lows. If prices continues trending in one direction, upwards or downwards, just keeps on making lower lows or lower highs, and there's no clear level during the overnight session, then look previous days. And here we had to go quite a few days back. And I think, what was this? On the first, actually. What's it? Last week, Thursday. Yeah, last week, Thursday.
Yeah.
Almost a triple bottom type of event, and then price moved back upwards again.
Nice.
Here we have another scenario. When was this? I've actually got my time windows right here now. Yeah. During that time window, cluster of lows. This actually was a setup earlier on the day, last week, Thursday. Low, low, low. Took out clusters. Boom. Reversed back upwards again. I didn't take this trade, but that's also a nice example. Although, price continued lower later during the day, at least you had that nice movement. And using the strategy, you only want to really scalp it. It's not like holding it for a swing trade.
Yes.
Yeah. And now potentially heading towards these lower lows. Support, break, resistance, maybe a retest of that. Who knows? We'll have to see.
So are you going to alter your approach when the FOMC news comes out? What are you going to be looking for when the FOMC is pending?
I'm not going to trade. And it's 2 p.m.
Okay.
in the afternoon, which is past my time window. It's around about here tomorrow, obviously.
Yeah.
And that my time zone is about 8 at night, so I'll be already having would have already had dinner
Gotcha.
and
Gotcha.
getting the kids to bed, preparing them for school.
Nice. Nice.
Yes.
So yeah. So that's a setup, Igor. So yeah, don't just look, to answer your question again, at the current days or the overnight session low or high. Look at where price is in relation to where it's gravitating towards, where you have then potentially larger swing points. And this was a very clear one. You'll see this over and over again. Prices runs, especially when you have clusters, they make really good targets or areas where you can expect reversals to occur from.
Yes. So I see the market is a little bit boring right now. It's a little bit
Yeah.
strange. But I think that usually when I see the strong euro session, then the US session is boring and choppy, and vice versa. So do you have sometimes this kind of feeling?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
But I mean, it's also those FOMC things tomorrow. So maybe most of the move happened today, already during the Asia session or Europe, London session. And now everyone's just like sort of like biting their nails. What's going to happen tomorrow or waiting in anticipation.
yeah,
So,
I agree. I agree. Yeah, the moves have pretty much already happened.
yeah.
Yeah, just it's such a crucial news driver too. I mean, it's such a powerful news driver that the entire market can go silent, but before the news is pending. Obviously, today wasn't the case. Gold went crazy in the Asian session, and we had some
Yeah.
movement. Especially with the pound and interesting moves there. But
Mm, mm.
um, yeah, I mean, I think right now, especially since this session, the main session for today is done, I don't know if we'll see any more movement, really,
Yeah.
any more meaningful movement until the news comes out. So
That's my feeling as well.
yeah.
What about Nandan? Don't you follow Bitcoin? Did you show us Bitcoin earlier on? Sorry, I was so concentrating on getting into a trade here that I completely forgot.
No, I didn't show Bitcoin. I can show it. I can share my thoughts on what I think of Bitcoin. Let me share my screen here.
You guys should pop up. There we go.
Nice. Yeah, cryptos are kind of just moving sideways. I think tomorrow's decision or tomorrow's news will probably have an impact on it. I certainly do think it's going to have an impact on it. But the
Mm,
trend indicators on the daily time frames are now pointing sideways again. Ethereum, the trend indicators are about to pinch off, and XRP, we have almost a fresh cross to the downside. I'd like to see more separation on it. So it's kind of weird. What I'm hoping happens is Bitcoin pushes up and breaks these all-time or this current consolidation, the highs of this current consolidation, and then it pushes past, to the all-time highs. Now, on the weekly chart, we're kind of just in this range here. You can see it
yeah.
even better on the daily time frame. Let me zoom in a little bit more. So it's just consolidating. That's kind of the main story with everything kind of other than gold. Gold is the only market that that's been making crazy moves, which is fantastic. In these troubling times you have something to trade, but in terms of long-term consistency, no other forex currency pair really has a lot of strength or weakness into it, and I think
Mm,
that's partly
mm,
due to the news tomorrow. So
mm.
um
On the crypto side, sorry for interrupting there.
yeah.
On your sheets with the heat maps, you do follow crypto, right? Or Bitcoin. And I think
Yes.
in the past you were saying like, you're still waiting for strength in the other coins as well to sort of support or actually catch up to Bitcoin strength. Am I right in
Yeah.
saying that? And that
you
hasn't
know
happened yet, or
Well, it's more that's more so based on the intraday momentum. So when I
um,
have a movement, let's say I set a price alert at these highs right here,
hmm,
and then we have a breach of price alert. The price alert's just picking off, and we see movement happening. Well, at that point in time, I like to see for confirmation what is the rest
yep,
of the market doing. So what is Ethereum doing? What is XRP doing? I'd like
hmm,
everything to be green. So if I'm on a buy it, I want everything to be green, and then that's when I go into the smaller time frames, like the 15-minute or the 5-minute, and even the 30-minute to 1 hour. Last time when I entered the trade on Bitcoin, I pretty much used the 1 hour chart to get into it, to give a better picture. But I did use the 5-minute and like 1-minute chart to really kind of just monitor how the pair was moving on the intraday time frame. But that 1 hour chart definitely gave me a lot of clarity, like switching over time frames and not showing where I entered. Uh, this is where I entered. The 1 hour chart was a lot clearer on the larger time frame, but I really was looking at the way these 1-minute time frames were, or 5-minute bars were setting up, and hopefully I can. There it is. One more. There you go. Yeah, so got into that trade right there, and then ended up scaling out profits. When the pair started to pull back and retrace a little bit, or when the crypto started to retrace a little bit, in my opinion, at that time, the 1 hour was going sideways as well. And when the 1 hour starts to go sideways, I wasn't sure if we were going to get a complete reversal of this move or if we are going to continue higher. So what I did was I just moved my stop to break even, and I scaled out half of my position size on this. So I'm still in this trade, just waiting for it to break higher and just stop me out. At this point, my job on this trade is done. I don't really
Done,
need to do
yeah.
anything else. Yeah, other than just wait. But yeah, we're slightly pulling back on all the cryptos, so I'm looking for it to just break out higher, and then we'll see what the news tomorrow, if it has any impact on it at all. But yeah, wait for the news.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much just that for the US, right? Tomorrow,
Yeah.
and then the rest of the week, we got unemployment claims, but I don't think that's going to do much on Thursday.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't checked the
Yeah, on
news calendar
Friday,
for the
we're
rest of
pretty
the week.
much clear on any red news events for the US. Obviously, you guys follow the Forex markets. Bank of
Yeah.
England Governor Bailey speaking. I don't know, pound.
Yeah, Thursday. For me, it's gonna be Thursday in the main session. So 4 o'clock in the morning, we got GBP interest rate news coming out. So that's
Yeah.
gonna definitely shake things up as well. So yeah, lots of big news announcements this week. So especially with the FOMC and British pound bank rates, market,
Yeah.
especially with interest rate news. That's what Forex is pretty much based on, is the interest rates. So
Very important.
these. Yeah, they're very crucial towards the currency strength or weakness, the direction it's going to go. So I'm expecting a lot of volatility, especially for pound pair. Everybody knows the pounds, they can move really fast. So we'll see if see what happens in the news. I've seen scenarios where you have an interest rate news and nothing happens. I'm like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Nothing really happens. So I don't know if that's going to be the case this time, but I mean, we'll see. So
Yeah.
you gotta
It
approach what
happens.
the market gives you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You expect something to happen and nothing happens.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Igor, sorry,
Yes.
Nandan, are you still following the COT report on what's happening with the pound there?
Yes, I'm watching that. Just to show something that I have on the screen, and then we are going to the COT report.
Okay.
So
We still have time,
it
so
will be,
please go away.
yes.
Go ahead, I mean. Go away.
Yeah, that's nice. So I hope that you can see my chart right now. So what
Yeah.
I did, I want just to talk about Bitcoin. I put S&P 500. This is the red line below the Bitcoin chart. And as you can see, it's so similar that this is the almost correlated. So last couple of years, we can see this. And I think that a lot of companies started to invest in crypto, started to develop things related to the crypto. And this made the Bitcoin and the stock market are so connected, interconnected. And this is why when we watch a US dollar index and Bitcoin, there's no correlation. And when we watch the stock market, there is a correlation. Look right now, S&P 500, 0.46% down, Bitcoin 0.44%. And very often when I watch just S&P and Bitcoin, just in my trading view, I see the same numbers very often in percentage during the day, which means that we will trade Bitcoin as indices. So I understand that a lot of people invest in Bitcoin. They buy Bitcoin and hold that months and months. So the same as people can invest in indices. So I think that the times are changing and that Bitcoin will be some kind of investment. Like in indices, you can invest in Bitcoin. So it's just my vision and my opinion about that. This is not 100% true, but I think just because of these correlations that we can see, and I just wanted to share that with you. And now, related to the commitment of traders in CAD report, we can analyze right now. I will just stop the screen and share just a moment this. So first, we can go and check the US dollar index. It will be very, very soon on the screen, I hope. There is a lot of websites doing that. I have in the MT4, but I will share for the website. So what is the most important thing is that we watch this green line, which means no commercial large speculators. And as we can see, the large speculators for US dollar right now are really, I see, usually much bearish than bullish in the both financial traders commitments and commitment to the traders report. So the US dollar is nothing special, because this selling of US dollar we have just from the March month when this tariff war started. So I think that here we cannot see nothing special related to the US dollar. However, for the British pound, I will just check that, because I didn't do that. I think the last week I didn't check, but there is nothing special here. We can see that large speculators started to buy last week British pound dollar. Actually, it's a news from the April 28th. So this is something that we are seeing on the chart right now. I think that large speculators expect to see US dollar interest rate decrease, and maybe they see opportunity there, and this is why this increase exists right now in the market. I just want to check other things, Swiss franc, because I have traded that too, just to see are there anything interesting there for the Swiss franc. So the large speculators are still, they're buying Swiss franc right now. So there nothing special, nothing changed. Actually, everything is the same on the CAD report, but the CAD report is usually very slow. I like to see something, but usually I need to wait. Yes, just to see for indices, for example, for NASDAQ, because Richard, I know that you trade that, just to see are there any change, especially in the stock market. So here, what we can see for the large speculators is, okay, their whole April they're buying, while this is the something that is expected to see. So I think that the US market can recover, because I see the large speculators know that this tariff war is just a temporal thing. Even that Trump said that he planned to agree with China in some moment. So it's just a play. So I hope that this is the not fundamental thing, and this is good, because I see the large speculators the whole April started to add positions to the indices, which is great, which is really great, for ever. Only the thing that I don't like is that asset managers, institutional asset managers, I see the green line is a little bit down. I think because that asset managers, institutionals, they're usually a little bit late. They want to see progression and they enter into the trades, which is a normal thing. I think that they will start to adding positions in the moment when tariff war stopped and everything start to go up. So this is
I think the tomorrow's FOMC will be watched very, very closely.
Yes, it can be
And maybe
very,
then
very
that will only reflect in the COT report like in a week or 2 or 3 weeks later again. But
yes,
very interesting to see what they've been doing through April, right?
yes.
Gents, we've reached the end of our session. As always, been nice being with you guys, sharing your insights, your ideas. And to all our viewers, thanks for watching. Please stick around for the next round of coaches as I take the midday session. And from our side, thank you very much. I hope to see you guys soon again.
Okay. Goodbye, my friends. See you very
Cheers,
soon.
guys. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bruce, how you doing? Good to see you.
Paul, how you doing? You hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. I can see you, hear you okay. It's cool.
I hear you pretty good, yeah. How you
How's
doing?
your week been so far? Good week so far, Bruce?
Hey, Michael.
I'll presume you had a good week. Hi, Michael. Do you have a good week, Michael? How's it going so far?
So far it's a little slow, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, who's keen to kick off?
A little slow for me so today.
So, Bruce, do you wanna start, or Michael, do you want to start?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Start. Yeah, you want me to start, or it's up to you?
Yeah,
Oh,
Bruce,
okay.
go for it.
I got a few interesting things coming together, or happening anyway, I should say. Let me share my screen, and let's start with crude oil.
Great.
All right, you got me?
Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
Okay, I want to look at crude oil because it looks like something may be changing. So I'm going to start with the weekly here. Okay, we can see on the weekly, this blue line here is the 200 week moving average. You can see it was support, then resistance, resistance, resistance. That led to the subsequent sell-off. I mention that because that behavior is frequently seen and very common. We see it here as well as we broke through the 20 purple, tested as resistance. Well, we broke through here, and then resistance here just before it turned back down again and accelerated to the downside. So this is a sharp decline that triggered from a bear flag, a classic continuation pattern right here, a bear flag. I'm looking at the weekly still. Accelerated very sharply and hit a low of 55.22, at least on my chart, and had a 50% retracement, classic retracement, back up to former support, 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 becomes resistance. Right around there. And it was almost a perfect touch of resistance. And then it turned back down. Now, going into the daily, we can see the bear flag here. We can see another bear flag here, which I was not looking at it particularly as a bear flag because of the spike down here. But we do have a tight consolidation that takes the form of a rising parallel trend channel, basically. Okay. And you can see that the resistance was seen at previous support, long-term support, by the way. So potentially significant resistance and the 50%. So correlated with those two. And then we had a reversal day on that day. That's very important too. So this day right here, we had an outside reversal day and a bearish engulfing pattern because the body of this day engulfed the body of the previous day. So that makes it a more significant potential reversal signal. And then we had a little minor bounce, again, finding resistance at the 20 moving average, purple, resistance, resistance again. It's behaving in a way that shows that demand is decreasing and selling pressure is increasing. And then we have a break, and then we have the break below these lows right here, and a breakdown of this rising retracement here. And then it accelerated to the downside before finding another bottom, 55.65. I thought maybe this was the bottom previously because of the bullish candle. Wasn't over yet, flushed everybody out, found a bottom here, and then rallied today with a one-day bullish reversal. So this sets up a potential double bottom pattern on crude oil. Now, having said that, it doesn't help much that it's a double bottom because it's such a wide double bottom, okay? But it is a potential double bottom. So, well, I guess what I'm saying is I'm not waiting for a breakout of the double bottom, or, I'm not going to use the double bottom pattern particularly right now, is what I'm saying, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, but what does this establish? This establishes a higher low and a potential double bottom. Okay, which is important because if this holds, then we can have a bit of a rally for some period of time. Okay, and you can see on the initial bottom, it was very oversold on the RSI here. We weren't that low since on the daily since way back here in 2020. So extreme oversold on the relative strength index, which measures momentum in an oscillator. Okay, now there was I don't have that on this chart for some reason. The other thing I wanted to show was that, oh wait, let me see, maybe it's down here. The other thing I wanted to show was the anchored VWAP, anchored volume weighted average price, which seems to work pretty good sometimes. No, I'm sorry, I can't remember where I saw that. There was an anchored volume weighted anchor plus that was at this a price that was at this low also, confirming potential support there. Okay, so the bottom line then would be I would not be looking to for new lows in crude. I'd be more inclined to look for rallies. Okay. So that's what I would say about crude because I think it's bottom. Now, it's nice to have further confirmation and so forth, but so far we have a bullish reversal off a higher low. That's enough confirmation for the moment. Okay. Yeah. And the thing is, this sell-off was an extreme sell-off. Once we start going the other way, it's not, we have the potential to move actually as a reaction to this strong sell-off. We started to see that here, but of course we didn't make it. Then what we also know is that crude oil is recognizing price levels. It recognized previous long-term support zone here, these lows and highs, or this one right here in particular, and then these lows right here, and the 20 moving average and the 50. It's recognized all those levels. So that tells me I want to watch levels. I want to watch moving average. I want to watch the behavior because it does recognize and reacts as anticipated around some of these prices. Okay, so that's also important. And then let's just go quickly to the monthly and see if that provides any type of added insight. So the one insight it provides, which is not a secret, is that we're trading inside month. Okay. It also gives us a monthly range, and a monthly range can behave similar, or any range, but in this case, monthly, can behave similar to a wide consolidation pattern, where once you're testing one side, you rise to test the other side. Now, that doesn't mean it gets all the way up to the top. What it does mean is it's information that would support a rally. Okay. The way I would interpret it.
Yeah.
So going back to the daily, and now we'll go into the 2 hour, and let's just see if we see anything more from that. So the one thing I want to pay attention to in the 2 hours is lower swing high. So we have a high, we have a lower swing high, we have a lower swing high, we have a lower swing low. If we go above this high at 60.17, that's significant because that signals a reversal on the intraday pattern. And I can go into a 4 hour, the same thing. Okay. So that's the next key level to watch, either as resistance short term or for a breakthrough that level. 60.17 is what I have. And that would give the next bullish confirmation for this rally. It's also important to recognize if we find resistance here and pull back, given everything else I've been saying, it would be maybe fruitful to look for bullish reversal setups on the intraday time frame to take advantage of a continuation of the rally, if that makes sense at the time. Okay, I'm not saying I would do anything right now, but I would watch for that. Okay, if I traded crude.
Yeah.
So, and the other
Nice.
important part of this is that second bottom just happened, right? It just happened yesterday. So that means we're at the beginning still of the next rally, potentially, if that is what happens. So that's one thing. And then we got to take a look at the U.S. indices, I think, as well. I'll give my what I see in there. And largely, I'm kind of waiting for what happens next within some parameters. So we have lots of strength here. You see, I have my initial target zone up here at 5,000. My initial higher target zone, I should say, not an initial target zone, but my higher target zone, my higher prime target zone, if that makes sense. Okay, is that the confluence of several things up here? It's the 200 blue moving average, the completion of the ABCD pattern, and an anchored VWAP. And I'll go through each of those for a second because it ties into what else I want to say about it.
Please.
So just stepping back, so the rally came up, it broke above this high, so now we have a higher swing high at this point. Okay, and then it stopped at resistance from the anchored VWAP from the top, February 19th. In other words, it recognized resistance around the anchored VWAP. Then it recognized support around the trend line. You see this low right here is recognizing support around the trend line. At least this is how I interpret it. Okay, and we have an outside day. An outside day is bullish. An outside day with a strong close. Okay. And I'm kind of going through these pieces because, again, we will see similar patterns, similar behavior again and again and again. So this is not as much about the S&P. It's about anything that is exhibiting this behavior. Okay, so we stopped here. Then we broke through it with a gap. So the key pivot here broke through the pivot, showing strength. It's likely to have more than one day, therefore. And we only have two before a pullback starts, but we didn't hit the target zone. Not critical because the target zone is the least reliable information I'm dealing with. It just gives me some idea to gauge where we could go. But there is something interesting happening that we do want to pay attention to now. As we broke through on this gap, support for the day was that support of the 50 orange moving average, the simple moving average on the daily, 50. So support was tested there, and it was confirmed. Then now we're pulling back toward previous support, becomes support. It was resistance, was support once. Now this is more support, an important test right today, potentially, of support around the 50 orange moving average. And it just so happens, you guys remember this, that the two indicators are identifying the same price on the same day, essentially, right?
Yeah.
So that makes it a more significant support zone. And we could use these highs as also as a proxy for these levels over here as well. Okay. The low that we've had may be the test already. We don't know. It doesn't have to go there exactly, right? And then the other part of this is how much upside is there? Well, if I still hold to this potential target zone, the upside is limited, and I'm going to have to I want to take that into consideration if I'm planning a trade. Okay. So we'll go back to this in a second, but let's go back to this resistance zone because this is also pretty important. What is the quality of the resistance zone? what are the characteristics of the resistance zone? How potentially significant is it if we break through it or if reverse from it? So going back, I'm looking at my 200 moving average, and you can see that it was reclaimed way back here the last time, way back here in November 23, after a short drop below it. And this is the first, recently, right here, was the first test of the line of support since then. And it failed. And so we had a breakdown, but not only did we had a breakdown, and then we had a swing back to test previous support as resistance, and it was resistance. So once we had a reversal off there, we had a higher swing low, the beginning of a downtrend. A series of higher swing lows and higher swing highs. I'm sorry, we had a lower swing high, I'm sorry. So a downtrend is a series of lower swing highs and lower swing lows. And at this point, we have that possibility at key long-term significant potential resistance of the 200 moving average. And then we all know what happened after that. Okay, so that means it's not only support here, it was resistance here. So I want to pay attention to that line because the market has recognized it as both recently, and clearly it very well may be resistance as it's approached again. And the high from last week at 5,701 could be it. Okay, we don't know that. This could be the resistance. Okay, but it's not clear yet that that may be the case. And then the anchored VWAP. Okay, yeah, the anchored VWAP came from the high. And then where does this anchored VWAP come from, which is potential support? By the way, I don't throw all the anchored VWAPs on here. I try to just throw the ones that look more significant. Otherwise, it's too confusing. So we have this swing low here, anchored VWAP, which matches support. And one of the reasons is because that anchored VWAP was confirmed here on the January swing back. It stopped right at that same anchored VWAP. Okay. And then it was recognized here. Hold on. Oops, I apologize. I think I read this wrong. The resistance anchored VWAP is this one from this low, and the support is from the high. Okay. And I will say that means I'm going to give a little more weight to the support than I would have before, because the trend high is anchored VWAP anchor is potentially more significant than this interim swing low right here. Okay, how I interpret it. Okay, so that's the S&P, and then we go into the 2-hour. So, and the idea behind this is, okay, let me get this information clear. So then when things start to change, I already have a framework that I'm working from. I already have an idea of when am I going to get more bearish, when might I get more bullish, or I'm starting to reach that, let's say. Okay. Right now, I don't know. So now I go into the 2-hour. I don't see anything in particular, any particular setup or anything like that of interest. I go into the 1-hour, same thing, other than a bounce off the 50 moving average here. But beyond that, I'm not sure what else to say about that. So going back to the daily now. So I would anticipate the more likely direction, and I certainly can be wrong, is going to be to the upside. And if we come down a bit lower for the day, I would expect support to be found relatively quickly. If we set this up for tonight, then the breakout would be above today's high, 5,631, 630. But of course, the day's not over yet. So a lot of strength shown here. Enough to say that it may keep going, but I think the more logical and likely scenario is it hits resistance, has a decent pullback, maybe to the 20 moving average, for example, which is a 5,425 currently, and then continues and then attempts to break through this resistance zone. So I wouldn't expect it to happen on the first attempt. Do I think we're going to new lows? Well, we certainly could. And if anybody watched Paul Tudor Jones, who I think deserves to be listened to as much as anybody, you know, he is anticipating as a scenario. Of course, he doesn't know any more than we do. A possible another low, even though it may not be that big of a low, but another drop and another eventual, at least a test of the lows. Let's put it that way. Eventually, okay. So we have two conflicting things going on here. We have real signs of strength here technically, but we're also hitting a key significant potential resistance zone that could lead to a more significant pullback. So let's go to the NASDAQ to see if that provides any additional insight on what's happening. So I'm starting with the weekly. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to go into one other thing I forgot about. On the weekly here, a support of the weekly 50 moving average, 50-week moving average orange was resistance last week, and it continues to be resistance this week. So I forgot about that. That's a very important point. So that gives credence to the possibility that last week's high may be the high for now. Maybe. Okay. And this is where multiple time frame analysis can be useful, because if you don't see that, then it doesn't look like last week's high is that significant. Okay, so that is so we really have, we could say that the S&P is sandwiched between the 50-week moving average at 5,705 and this anchored VWAP right here at 5,572. Until it gets out of that range, it's not necessarily going to be doing much of anything more than likely, other than chopping around up and down. Okay, so we have the same setup on the NDX with the 50-week moving average potential resistance, and you can see it was resistance, false breakout. The market clearly also recognizes that 50 moving average, and of course it's very close to the 200 as well. Okay, now going into the daily. By the way, I'll just say too, you know, I just by mistake hit the 3-day. I don't know if you guys ever try the 3-day, but sometimes I'll look at a 3-day just to look at things in a different way, you know.
Yeah, I use the 3-day a lot.
Different.
Yeah, I use it.
What's that?
Yeah, I use the 3-day a lot. It's a good tip.
So now going to the daily. So I don't see anything so far that is maybe a little bit different, but let me throw my anchored VWAP on the high here and on the low. And you can see it is also support around the 50 moving average, and the in other words, the support is also from the anchored VWAP and the 50, as it is with the S&P. The only difference is that the target zone is based on some similar things as well, like the 200 and the completion of the ABCD pattern. And but there's a lot more downside to test support down there. So that's something I want to keep in mind. Because if I see weakness on the NASDAQ, that might give me an earlier signal on what's happening with the S&P or what is coming with the S&P. And I want to be aware of that. We could sell off on the NASDAQ, but not change the overall character of the NASDAQ from a price pattern perspective, in my assessment. Okay, so that's something I want to be aware of. Also, I want to be aware of that this target zone, the higher target zone, was hit. I knew there was a reason I wanted to include this one. That's important, right? So on the S&P, the target zone, which is a similar target zone, has not been hit, but on the NASDAQ, which is more volatile, and not a surprise that it was hit first. But you can see the high of last week is right at resistance of the blue 200 moving average. I want to pay attention now, but especially now, right? And the completion of the ABCD pattern. Now, what is this telling us? This is telling us that there is balance between the two upswings. And when there is some degree of balance between the two upswings, there is some degree of harmony, we could say, and therefore there's a potential significant pivot level reached, in this case, resistance. And it turns out that, let me just move this a little higher because this target is actually a little slightly higher, where we didn't get to, which is 20,288. So we didn't quite reach that, but close enough given the reaction and given the significance of the 200 moving average. So this is important because we have one index that has not hit the 200, the other index has hit the 200. Just something to keep in mind and see how that dynamic continues to play out, because one may start to give us additional information before the other. Okay, not necessarily at this moment, but as things go forward. Okay, so especially if the S&P rises to hit the 200, but the NASDAQ does not reach a new high, doesn't matter. That means that now that 200 is potentially even more significant resistance if it is recognized on the S&P by either reversal or breakthrough. Okay, it could also break through. I'm not expecting that, but certainly it could happen. Okay, now, all right, so that's the that would be the S&P and the NASDAQ. And just to summarize here then, given this scenario, I wouldn't be surprised to see an intraday bearish reversal for a drop towards the lows of the day, and maybe for a drop toward down here to further fill this little gap here. You see, we filled it a little bit today, but not 100%. Maybe we fill it 100%. Let's see. And we're filling the gap to the upside today, right here. So anyway, that's what I would say about those two indices.
Nice.
Now, I also want to take a look at the euro dollar. Because the euro dollar, as we were talking about last week, has formed a potential, well, I shouldn't say potential, it's actually triggered, but whether it follows through or not remains to be seen. And I have some concern about that, given what the other dollar pairs have been doing, which is they've been strengthening, essentially, right? So, but nevertheless, the pattern is there. So, two things and it's occurring above previous resistance now becomes support. So there's a potentially key support level just a little bit lower. Will that be enough to stop a decline? I don't know, but personally, I'm not going to worry about that component. Now, I was in this. I got out of it because I didn't like the way it was following through, but I'm looking to get back into it. Right now, we have all this consolidation. Okay, so now I'm in a 2-hour chart. And I want to look at this more carefully. So what do I want to look at? What was the breakdown? The breakdown through the neckline was right here. Once it happened, see, this is a false breakdown first, then a stall. I'm on a 2-hour chart again. And then we had a breakdown that followed through, support, pull back, tested as resistance. Again, classic behavior of price. Once I see that behavior, then, and it turns back down, it tells me maybe ready for the bear to continue. And that's what we have. That's what we had here. And you can see also, again, we have the resistance is at the confluence of the neckline. Well, there's really kind of two necklines on here. I've got my own.
Were you using this long or short, Bruce?
What's that? What?
Were you in here earlier, long or short?
I'm sorry. No, I was short.
Okay.
So so we have a reverse back to, so I got rid of that line. So this is the neckline right here. So reverse back, check the area of the neckline and the 20 purple moving average and the 200 blue moving average. Continue to go lower, reversed higher, negated the decline right here as we have a higher swing low, a higher swing high, I'm sorry, right here, went above it, attempted to break out and negate the pattern, but then has failed to do that with a lower swing high, but now we have a higher swing high. So we're getting mixed signals here, but yet resistance is still shown at the 200 moving average. Okay. So we go into 4 hour. The 4 hour not giving me any clarity. So let's talk about the long side. So if we continue to fail, then I'm going to want to go long instead of short. Okay. My preference is to go short, but there's plenty of reasons to think maybe it's going to fail, particularly some of the other pairs. Okay. But we already broke above these highs. But if we do it again, then it may mean more significant. So this is 1365, 1.1365. That would be a key level to watch. And then on the downside, if the 4 hour period, let's say this is the end of the 4 hour period, and we have this shooting star candlestick pattern. Okay. I might use this as an entry signal. So break down below to this low of 1326. I might use that as an entry signal, given the larger behavior and the larger pattern that is happening, not because of what's happening here, but because of the head and shoulders and so forth. Also, I'm going to know if I'm wrong pretty quickly, because if it goes above this highs, it's not behaving the way I would anticipate.
Right.
I wouldn't say it's negating the head and shoulders yet, but I don't want to stay around to find out at that point. And we could see, like, for example, we have the pound here is trying to do a double top, but it's rallied much higher into the range relative to what we saw on the euro dollar. And we could say that if you just see this as a topping formation, and this is the breakdown, right? We consolidated, and then it broke up, whereas the euro has not broken up yet. So does the euro pull the pound down, or does the pound pull the euro down, in a sense? We'll have to see. And then we also have strength seen in the New Zealand dollar and in the Australian dollar. So that's the one thing that does make me cautious on a short for the euro dollar. But if I get a signal, I'm going to take it, and vice versa,
Right. No, I'm with you. I've been
watching the yen pairs. I was watching the yen. We had a potential Gartley here in the pound yen on this pullback. But it's pulled back a little bit further than we'd like to see, but it stayed above this high. But what's being looked at here? So, I touched on this a bit last week, and I think where we have this parallel trend channel, and we had a breakout of a bull flag there. And it reached a 78.6% retracement. What a surprise, which we had been talking about. But the main idea here was that we hit the bottom and we're showing signs of going back. That means there's a chance we go all the way back to the top. And even if it doesn't get to the top, it means there is buying pressure. Okay. And of course, this is not the type of a pattern that goes immediately. It took a little while to set up this second setup here, for example. And then we had a clear reversal off that level, which we can see here as a what? It's a small head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Neckline break, This is a 30-minute. I'm sorry, I'm a third. Let me go to the hourly just to keep it a little. Okay, and it sold off right away. Resistance becomes support, leading to a bounce. And where was that bounce? Oh, guess what? That bounce was to the 50%. Then we get a reversal here. This doji, what are they called? I forget the name of these. A doji pattern, doji, narrow range doji top. And you can see what happens from that. Now, again, I'm saying these things in this way because we're going to see similar behavior. What else is obvious here is that the purple 20 was resistance right along with the 50. And you see how I can't say it was right there on that day necessarily at that time. Maybe it was a little slightly higher, but you see how they're coming together at the same point, 50% and the 20 moving average. And it continued to be resistance all the way down. So that tells me that on the hourly chart, a sign of strength will be a breakout above, a reclaim of the 20 that is sustained. So you see, this is a false break, false break, false break, false break, all these false breakouts. Once that doesn't happen anymore, then it's something to pay a little more attention to. Also, what do we have on? What do we have on? See, if I change this right now, I've got these highs right there. If I draw another line to going on that other high right here, it hits that almost exactly, but I have something else of interest. I have a higher swing low right here. I have a potential double bottom. And the move above that high of 191.20. That would also confirm a reclaim of the 20 moving average on the 1 hour time frame. Now let's just double check some of the measures here. So that's also at the 50% level for that full swing from this low to the high. It's at the 50% level. Now, this is a small thing, but since it was at the 50% level on the other side, on the other swing that we just looked at, I may pay a little more attention to it because of that. The other thing I'm noticing now that I'm looking at the hourly chart is that it was resistance here. You see it was resistance, broke out, fell, breakout, resistance again, broke out again, support, and up and down, up and down, up and down, right? Until it breaks out definitively. But notice that the breakout of this bull flag, parallel small trend channel, was also a breakout of the 200 moving average and 20 moving average, pretty much on the same time period, certainly, but pretty much around the same price. And we had an acceleration. So again, we have multiple indicators telling us the same price. So support, a resistance, becomes support. Becomes support here, then it's not support, but we have a quick reclaim. So this becomes, in my way I look at it, much more bearish if it drops below these lows, short term 190.46. And I think we get a nice bounce if it breaks above this high at 191.20 on the pound yen. So that's more of a shorter term kind of perspective about what's going on. But we see something like this too. We have a 50% retracement right here. And then we have a 50% retracement going the other way right here, and we're stalling. And we're at the top of the flag line as well. So resistance becomes support. Resistance of the 200 becomes a support zone, not specific, but a zone. And then we have the 50% retracement. Now, just to make sure we're not missing anything, let's go to the weekly. We have an inside week. Go to the daily again. The daily is shaping up as a potential bullish hammer candlestick pattern. Still a bit to go before that happens, but potentially. And the more I look at this, the more I like this whole setup for a bounce. Okay. And it's still possible that this line up here is touched before this rally's all done, but it doesn't mean it has to be up here. It could do it over here at a slightly higher price, instead of going significantly higher. So that'll get you started. So those are some of the things that I had to start off with, Paul.
Well, that's fantastic. I could listen to you all day, Bruce. I'm going to be honest.
Well, I'm going to tell you something, and it's kind of interesting. One of the reasons I like to do these things because I get to hear myself talk. And as you imagine, I don't go through all this detail when I'm going through things quick, right? But when you do it, it's quite amazing, actually, how things line up. It really is.
Agreed.
And you keep looking and looking at something, keeping in mind, to not, you don't want to fool yourself.
Right. And marry a trade.
It's kind of interesting how things do come together. But I think the important thing for everybody to understand is that a lot of times markets are confusing. Most of the time, the markets are confusing. It's not clear what might happen, what I should do, what I want to do. We're watching, we're looking, we're hunting for those situations where things are clearer.
Agreed.
Right?
Yeah.
I can find a trade. You give me any situation, I'll find a valid trade from a risk reward perspective. That doesn't mean it's one that should be taken.
Right.
That's a difference. Right.
Yeah, for sure. Robert's just hi, Robert. Thanks for anyone who's joining us.
Hey, what's up, Robert?
To just address some of his statements. So, Robert, I get the gist that you're you've mentioned an emotion. You have said I caught half the move down and got scared at the minor retrace. So, and then you've kind of you're detailing, my friend, your attempts to control that fear, essentially, right? And even this morning, you took another trade and then gave it all back, blinded on this move. So look, when we all need to recognize when we are flailing and we're feeling emotion and we're trading with emotion, right? So if you are feeling this way, you need to just back off. Take 2 days off, right? Just take 2 days off, get perspective, and then find your place again in the charts. Okay, that's my advice. I think as a beginner trader, we all have these feelings. We have a bad trade, then we revenge trade, and then it all just goes wrong, and it's just like a tapestry unspooling, right? So what I would say to you, I mean, we could go through all of the technicals, we could look at what you've been trading, but ultimately it sounds like the problem at the moment is emotion, and you would need to just back off a couple of days, I think. I'm sorry you're having such a hard time, but just remember, you shouldn't be trading most of the time, right? You should not be trading most of the time, right? Just try and get that round your head for a minute. But yeah, great to see you, Robert. I'm sorry you're having a bit of a tough time, but keep going. But anyway, Michael, what do you got?
Yeah. Just to kind of add to that same thing. Yeah, definitely gotta. I know we talk about this quite a bit, Robert, but that emotion side, if you can have all the other pieces to the puzzle, and that will still ruin your trading career if you cannot get that in check, right? So yeah, definitely got to take a few steps back, get level-headed again, get that emotions gone, and yeah, I mean, if you haven't already, you gotta tap into these books to get your mind right, because it's what's between the ears for sure. That's really what's the biggest stopper, I say, because there's plenty of traders who, you know, great strategy, got edge, can risk management properly, and, you know, they execute. And then at one point they just fall off the mountain with that whole emotions part. It's like the death of any trader's account. It's it's the poor emotions part.
Yeah, and like you were saying, referring to your M&W system, he's talking about being I just need to leave them. Yeah, for sure. Just stick to your plan. I mean, look, I will have a plan, and I will know sometimes when it's just going to go bad, right? But for the next trade, stay disciplined with it. Now, my plan, of course, is quite nuanced.
Yeah.
So I do have lots of options when I feel a trade, there's that word again, feel a trade is going in a different direction. I have a system, right? I have a system to get out at no loss. That's the plan if it goes wrong, not have my stop loss hit. So I have micro little plans which I use to help my emotions, because when I get up in the middle of the night, I'm not thinking clearly. I've got a post-it note though, which my points I need to do. If this happens, I will do this. If this happens, I'll do this. And if my stop gets hit, well, whatever, right? I'll live to fight another day. And I think that's the most important thing. Stick to your plan. If your plan sucks, then deal with it for the next trade, right? But don't try and fix it while the car's running. You know what I mean?
Right. 100%. And again, that's just one of those things where I think I might have used this analogy before, but I forget what book it was in, but they was talking about how Tiger Woods was a great golfer, right? And they were saying how they're sitting in the crowd watching him. He's like, he's such a good player. And he was like, you won't believe this, but I beat Tiger all the time. And it's like, well, if that's the case, why aren't you out there? He was like, because he has something that I don't. And he was like, what is it? He said, he's been able to control his mindset. He said, me, I don't play golf, so I don't really know. But he said, you know, I'll be on hole, let's say 8. You know, I might mess up hole 8, and I'm carrying that with me the rest of the game. He said, Tiger, on the other hand, he messed up to that hole 8. By the time he gets to hole 9, he forgot all about that. He doesn't carry that emotional baggage with him to the next hole, and he dominates in that area. And similarly to trading, when you take a loss, whether you messed up or not, you know, take your medicine, learn your lesson, and just try your best not to do that again for the next one. But do not take that baggage with you to the next one, right? That's like being in a bad relationship and then blaming the next person you get with for your last relationship. That's never a good thing to do. Right.
Yeah, let me add something. Let me add something to that. Well, you know, can you do that, right? In relationships, you can't do it very effectively from what I observed from myself and other people. And so you can't expect to be able to do it in the market either, I don't think.
Right.
And that's why we have rules and strategies and stop losses and all this stuff, because we can't assume that we're always going to do the right thing in the heat of a battle. The heat of a battle might be we got 5 alerts going off, we got 3 triggers going off, and things are all happening at the same time.
Right.
Or a spike in volatility is happening. Right?
So I was just laughing at Robert's comment. He's just saying, yeah, your comment helped me play better golf. Well, as long as we can help in some way.
Right. Right.
Good one.
Yeah, that's the tough part. But cool. So let me jump into it. So cool. Similar to you, Bruce, I was all over EU today. That was actually the main setup I was looking at. I'm looking to go short as well because my system tells me so. And cool enough, this is literally right. This would be my A+ setup if this actually can set up the right way. So I want to see something like this, right? Matter of fact, I'm taking this on the 4-hour chart, right? Which I typically don't do, but this is a gorgeous setup and I have to take it. Have to take it, right? So as always, you guys already know my entire cycle, but I'll draw the in here, right? So I'm looking for this break and that retest. We already got the, whoa, what was that about? Oh, okay. We already got the break and we kind of got this retest part going on over here as well. and I'm looking to fully exploit this as soon as it happens, right? So what clues me in right away is as soon as I see this 1350 cross, and mind you, this is the 4-hour chart. So this is my what I call master trade on the 4-hour chart, and then I'll break it down to the 1-hour chart here in a second. It'll be another pattern, but it's still one of my 5 setups that I would take. Now, this one is really nice because on the 4-hour chart, this is my A+ setup. So I actually love this trade, right? So we got the 1350 cross. I know I'm in level 1, right? And I'm looking for a bounce off the 50, right? So when I pull this up here, we got this move where, right, once we got that cross, we got the run down, which does not touch the 200 EMA, which is always mentioned. I want to be on the ride the first time because I'm expecting price to go to the 200, but I don't want it to touch it when it makes this run, right? So I want it to come down a little bit, pull back to this 50 EMA here. Now, they did a good job with this trick over here, guys, because someone might have, and you might have taken this, right? Short here. This wouldn't, I can justify, whoops, I don't want to erase it. I can justify why someone would take this, but as I always say, with my TDI and my chart, they both have to agree, right? So even though it looks gorgeous on the chart here, the TDI saying it's not ready yet. And the reason it's saying that is, if you look closely, I really need my signal line, which is the pink or red, whatever color it is, to go above the yellow one, right? And if you look right here at this intersection, really pretty much, it didn't happen. It got close, but it technically did not happen, right? So we got this, once this crosses 52, I'm sorry, the market baseline cross below the static here, we got this first leg here, and we having this second leg here. Now, if you look at the second leg, you can clearly see, right, that the pink line is above the yellow line here. You can easily see this. So it's ready now. The only thing that we need for this to happen is I need this to go ahead and close like this, right? So I need price to go ahead and close down here below this 13 EMA. But I do want it to close slightly further down, right? Because I really want it to close below this price right here where this candle is. I don't care if it closed all the way down here, that's not bad, but I prefer it not close all the way down there. I just want it to close below this area right here, right? So pretty much right where my alert is set at. As you guys can see, it says the second leg off the 200. Now this is on the 1-hour chart, right? Which I'll show here in a second. But you can kind of see this pattern where it comes up, comes up here, comes down, comes up, and I want to take this ride right here, right? My stop would be above this blue tracer. Obviously, my entry is right around here, and my TP is right here at this 200 EMA. That's exactly where I'm expecting price to go. And if you look at this, as I always point out, this is this move right here, right? This is this move. It's the exact same move. This is my A+ setup. I will take this every day except Sunday, every day of the week, right? Whoops, let me take that off. I don't know why I did that one. Let me do this. Yeah, that's better. So we got this break here, right? And it runs and it comes back and retests this zone and then runs. That's the move I want right here. We got this same cross, right? The run, the pull back to this 50 EMA area. Now, again, this one, they did a little trick over here because the TDI didn't agree, as I mentioned, right? So they did a little gotcha move. But if you pay attention to this and you just realize the TDI has an order as well. And this is why I always say my TDI and my chart have to agree. If I have my chart saying one thing, my TDI saying something else, it's a no trade for me. They both have to agree, right? So if I erase all of this, I know this will work out. Well, not I know it'll work out, but this will confirm on the chart. Once price comes down and closes below this area, simultaneously, this RSI line will come down and cross below both of these two. So this purple one will cross this pink line and the yellow line, and it's good to go at that point. Me personally, I will put my full position on this setup once it happens. Because where's this thing at? Because once again, this is my A+ setup. Okay, where is this thing at? Oh, here we go. Something else that I like about this too is we have the 4-hour confirmation. Now, yeah, price is above it right now, which is fine because that doesn't exclude it. When I say I'm looking for 4-hour confirmation, I'm looking at the previous closed candle, which would be this one, right? And as you can clearly see, price, it did go up above the 13 EMA, but it came all the way back down and closed low, below it, right? So I'm still expecting this to go short, and this gave me my 4-hour confirmation as well. So beautiful, beautiful setup. Like literally, I will be all over this as soon as this goes. If this confirms, this will probably end up being my trade of the week. Just how pretty this is to me. As long as stocks go above this area, right? Because you don't want any mishaps. Nice little 1 for 1.5, right? And even if you can get you a small pullback, you can probably get you a nice somewhere in here. Nice 1.5, somewhere around there. At least a 1.5, rather. Almost even closer to, say, like 1.6 or something. All right, so this would be my main setup for today and probably this week, if this does go ahead and go. And similar to how you mentioned, Bruce, I see the same thing that you see as far as the head and shoulders pattern, right? Huge up, that's the first shoulder, second shoulder, down, third shoulder. And the next move in the cycle for me is to hit this and go short. So I see the same thing you see, and this agrees with my system as well. The only thing I'm waiting for again is just close below this 13.
So I think that
and it's
that's an
TDI to
interesting
agree.
thing that you hear me? I wanted to.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, so it's interesting what you just said about, everybody sees it, right? It's obvious, right? And so that's why it doesn't, maybe why it doesn't immediately fall through appropriately, or there's a risk that it's not going to fall through because it's just so obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit of my concern, but we'll know by the direction it goes. But I'm with you. I mean, once it triggers, I mean, it's perfect. It's beautiful. I mean, it's like a classic head and shoulders top setup. And it's important to remember the euro dollar took off like a rocket.
Mm-hmm.
It went up significantly on that swing.
Yeah, this,
from the low that it had. I mean, that was
ridiculous.
a gigantic move on the euro dollar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most definitely.
Anyway,
So just like you said, this might be the reason why it hasn't gone just yet. They could just be holding a level to shake out those traders who aren't quite sure. And even this, like, I'll be honest, like even when I see a move like this to come I'm gonna scoot this over, to come all the way up here and ping the 80 yard high like this and come all the way back down. I mean, this is prime to just turn around and just fall, right? Because they got orders, obviously, long orders, pending long orders going right above this price that they just tagged on. Now, they're going to run back up there and keep going? Of course, we have no clue. But all I know is if it does that, I just won't be part of the trade. I'm not trying to long it. I just want to short it from, my system. But if this does turn around and ends up, coming and shorting and going low, right, and closing below all of that, I'm all over this trade. Like, I mean, all over it. And I will gladly put my full position on here. Depending on where it closed, I'll take half of it or a quarter instantly. And then if it, pulls back or give a little bit of pullback, I'll put the other position on. But yeah, this is the main one that I'm waiting on to go ahead.
Yeah,
happen.
I mean,
That's why I got my alert here set. I'll put it a little bit.
If you look at the swings in general, so if we let me just go to the, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. Hold on. So this upswing, went all the way from below the long-term consolidation range and all the way up to the top of the long-term consolidation range with barely a pullback. So
Yeah.
this is a sign of strength, but it's also a sign of potential exhaustion. And I think that, like you were just saying, it wouldn't be surprising to see it pop up, not take out the right shoulder, but look like it could before it flips and take some people out and stuff before it turns back down. If that, or opposite, it could give a breakdown and then spike higher if it's going to do that. You know, I think
Yep.
the euro dollar particularly is at risk of either of those scenarios right now. But the obvious setup is the short head and shoulder top, and it even has a lower right shoulder.
Yep. Just beautiful. This is a beautiful setup so far. Like, I really, really like this. Right. And if you just look at market structure in general, this line is right in line with, right, with the other shoulder. Like, market structure wise, this is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So I'm going to be all over this for sure. In fact, I'm going to more than likely take this on all my accounts. This is how sure I am about this. And obviously, I'm not going to overdo it, but I'm going to put my full position on here. This, to me, in my system, this is where I make the money at. Master trade setups, which is what this is called for me, and taking on all my accounts. That's how I do all of this. But it has to look just like this. I got to be super patient with it. Sniper style, as I call it. But yeah, if this thing turns around and closes below here, I'm in it. I'm all over it. So super, super close on that one. I will go over GU really quick and GJ, of course, as I always do. Not too interested in these just yet because, as I've been mentioning, this needs to turn around for me, right? Like, I'm not interested in taking this any longer. And reason being is, once I have this, as I always mention, the cycle, right? So once I have this 5,200 cross going long, the next thing I'm looking for is some type of W patterns or structure off the 200 EMA, which is right here, because I'm in level 2 at that point, right? So all of that happened right here. Right, that happened here, and it continued to go long. At this point, I'm not trying to take this even longer. I want this to do a move like this, and I'll be interested in going short here. But I'm not interested in taking this long again, because it's, for me, it has already completed its cycle. Right? This is back at peak highs for me. I don't want to take this even higher. Right? That's already way too high. And could it keep going higher? Of course it can. But guess what? If it does, I will not be a part of the move if it does. This needs to turn around all the way for me to take it. Right? Like, I'm interested in this part here again. Right? Going short. So we got this double top up here, right? But this is still playing around. As you see, we had this, if you can look, I'll delete this. This it's going a little slow for some reason. All right, let me delete this. So this 1350 cross to the downside, and then it's crossing right back up to the upside. So when the EMAs are in this order, it's not a short for me. This is long, and I'm not interested in taking this long. This would need to do something like this.
Right.
And then I'll take this move going short. But I'm not taking this long at all. This is not what's up. I would totally miss this move because there's no setup for me. For this is nothing. This is absolutely nothing. So yeah, GU is nothing for me on the long side. Just kind of watching it do its thing. And then secondly, right, this is something else that I look at. And this is why I always say the TDI is, man, it's like the chart and the TDI are like two superheroes, like sidekicks, 1 and 2, Sonic and Hedgehog, basically. Like, they help each other out. Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, whatever two, Batman, Robin, whatever one you want to use. That's what they are.
Yeah, definitely.
Right? If you look at this, yeah, exactly.
Gone for ages.
So if you if you check this out, right, we got this high, and this high, right? These are just kind of sitting up here. But if you look at this market baseline, the yellow one, right, it's slowly drifting down, slowly, so much so that it's about to cross to the downside below the static 50. But we got price all the way up here. This is what I mean when I say these two are in total disagreement right now. The chart's still saying it's going up. The TDI is saying, no, this is going down. So I need the chart to catch up to the TDI and say, hey, you know, this is short now. But until that happens, I will not be interested in GU at all. Because I'm definitely not taking this long, and a lot needs to happen for me to take it short. So nothing on GU for me. Going over to GJ. Now, GJ was interesting because, let's see. Oh, you know what? I'm just now noticing that last one was on the 4-hour chart. Oh, it's the same exact thing, though. So this is exactly what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. So if you look at this, now the only difference in here that you actually could would warrant something is we do have this fresh 5,200 cross, right? That's it. That's all you really have. Now, depending on how this looked when it did set up, I would want to see maybe something like this, and then some type of W structure going back along to the top here, right? Simultaneously, the market baseline will need to go back below the static for that reload, right? Because I always say when the M and Ws, they require the reload. Oops. Because again, this for me signifies that there's pending traders going short. So they want to come down and ping on all of those orders, activate them all, and then yank it away from them, right? Now, if it looks something like this, you know, coming back around and everything lined up with the TDI as well, then maybe. I might be interested in this then. In fact, I'll leave this here for later on this week. But yeah, of course, we will still need the 4-hour confirmation, which will be that entry candle. Price will be above the 13 to take that. All right, so I'm gonna leave this alone for now because we do have this fresh cross here, right? So we do know at this point we are looking for W's off the 200. All right, once the 5,200 cross. You know, we're in level 2. M's, W's off the 200 EMA. Right now, depending on how this happened, we'll see. Because again, the TDI still needs to agree with this, but this is already really high. For me, I don't really like to take level 3 trades back into the peak like that. So even if this was to set up, there's no way on earth that I would put my full position on this. Even if I did take this. This is just not a pristine setup. It's not ideal. I would want to be going short on this because it's already super high. But yeah, I'll leave that there just to kind of see. And then GJ, right? So GJ is kind of putting in this first little move here, guys. And actually, I got this up here for a reason. So same thing. Right, we got a lot of level 2s setups possible here, guys. Now, as I keep mentioning, and I will always mention, once we see this 5,200 cross, we know we're in level 2. Right, looking for W's, M's, and W's off the 200 EMA. Right now, once you see this, as soon as you see it, the smartest, easiest thing to do is to look when price actually touched it after that. So we got the cross, looking. Oh, price didn't touch it until right here. Does this count? Absolutely not. Oh, I'm sorry. This does count. I'm sorry. I thought that was a wick, but that's body. So I need to see body on these candles, right? I had to zoom in to see that. But if it's just 2 wicks or 1 wick, that's not enough. I need to see bodies in here like this. How this closed below. If you can only imagine how many traders grab this going long, right? I'm sorry, going short. There's pending orders going short right here once this closed. and they literally yanked it right away from it, right? And the move was actually right there, guys. Clear as day. This did happen in Asia, well, right at the end of Asia, right? But this did give you the money. This one paid you. Right? Even if you had it set for a 1-for-1, it was good. This thing went all the way to 2, right? Now, of course, you probably wouldn't have held it that long. Worst case scenario, you would have held it, I mean, right here once this price closed back below the 13. So you could have pulled out a nice little 1.16 out of this one. So not too bad at all. But this is now dead for me because I can't take 2 W's, right? The first W happened here. It's only 1 W in the cycle. You got the bounce move, level 1, and then you have the W or M off the 200, level 2. You don't get to take the W again over here, right? Like even if this did do something like this, you don't get to take that again. If that happened, this would be a pass. You get 1 W, and that market maker structure that I always draw. There's only one level 1, 1 level 2. There is no 2 level 2s. So seeing that the W happened here, you can't take this one. So I will leave this one alone. Now, if you did take that, it's a risky trade because, of course, this can keep going. We call those outliers, right? Like this could totally do it. But the thing is, the probability of that happening is not as high as the first M, right? That's why when I take the master trade, I'm taking the first bounce off the 50. When I take the M or W, I'm taking the first M or W. I never ever take the second one because, again, if the odds of the first one working out are, 60, 70, 80%, best believe the second one is not that high. So just to keep that going and keeping out of some bad trades is to not take the second one, just stick with the first one. And if you can't help yourself and you did take it, do not put your full position on there, right? Like just don't do it. Because this could set up gorgeous, right?
Yeah, you just stick to your plan. Just stick to your.
Yes. That's the smartest, wisest thing to do is to just stick to the plan, guys.
I think that was about pound yen.
Pound yen, okay.
Yeah, because I was just I'd forgotten about this. There's also a bullish garden, that harmonic pattern that's showing up on the pound yen on the 1 hour. It's not perfect because it's a little bit, they never are, or they rarely are, but it's close enough, and it lines up with all those other things that we spoke about. So essentially, once we have a harmonic pattern, meaning multiple swings, so it's a more complex fractal where multiple swings line up with particular retracement ratios, and that gives us our harmonic pattern, and that identifies a potential pivot point, and that pivot point is near the current low of pound yen.
Nice. Yeah, pound yen
is don't know much
about the harmonics. I didn't have a scanner, but I was with this group that they went over the harmonics all the time.
Yeah, I have one that comes up. We'll pop it up if it shows up. That's when I use it, just because the time issue. It just takes time, to do it and stuff. The other thing that's interesting is Bitcoin right now, and I'm curious what you guys think. If my idea last week about Bitcoin being a bit more of a leading indicator, right now I wouldn't say that, but it could be again possibly. We have this rising small parallel trend channel, which is bearish the way I look at it, unless it forms into a different pattern, which is certainly possible. Short-term bearish. So it still looks like Bitcoin could get a pullback, and I think if that happened, it increases the chance that the S&P and the NASDAQ will also get a bit more of a pullback. Any thoughts on
that? So for me, when I'm looking at this right away, and this is funny, you guys are gonna notice I say the same.
What time frame are you on?
Right, but this is the 5200 cross, so I'm looking for some type of W pattern. This is the 1 hour. Yep. So as soon as I get this cross and I'm looking at the 200 EMA, price has never touched it until right here. Right. This is a nice W structure off this 200 EMA. You got the out on the TDI, you got the outside the band here. The next one is inside the band. Right. You got this coming down, up, down, up. If this closes above this, this would be a nice. This is gonna be a nice temporarily long, right? I can't say how long this is gonna go, but if we was to measure the move, right, something like this, right? Make sure your stops is below all of that area. You can target about at least here. Nice little 1 for 1 and 1.5, not bad at all.
Well,
right, and then in additionally, we got the reload. So you see the market base.
I've definitely
market baseline going below the static.
I've definitely had that thought today. Well, do you mind if I jump on a chart and we can jump into that?
Yeah, it's your turn. It's your turn anyway.
No. You know the reason why I go last? Because I've got my own platform, right? I'm on Oil Prime X, right? So I get to bore everyone throughout the week. So it's like I don't need to do it now, right? So let's share the screen. Right. So okay. So can you see the Bitcoin 12-hour chart I've got open?
Yep, it just came up.
All right, great. So, all right. So we have this 5200 cross, which is just happening. Now, I don't want to get into a conversation that we had last time, Michael, to figure out why we're on different pages with the moving averages. But so let's not open that. We ain't got time to investigate. But so we've got this cross. Now, this cross is a bullish signal. In the simplest form, it is a bullish signal. It is representative of what Bitcoin has done over the last couple of months. It has come down, it has lost it, we've had a death cross, and now we have a golden cross. Now, we know obviously the market is trying to recover, but we still haven't had this elusive higher low. But now we've got this cross, because the longer Bitcoin stays up here, right, the more, arguably, in this context, it's a bit more bullish because we've got it allows for these crosses, which wouldn't have happened if we had a retrace straight away. Now, we are if you look at the 0.5, this is, these are the wicks. So we have support below us. We are in this upper range, right? Now, this upper range has got these little micro ranges, right? So there's still resistance, and the point of control is obviously acting as resistance at present. But now we have this signal, and we're still in this range. So where do we go? So I've been talking about, we need to see a nice retrace from Bitcoin to maybe here with lovely confluence with the 1 day 200 MA coming here on this 6-hour chart, right? So a pullback, as Bruce said, is most likely and organic and sensible. You see, this is strong support previously, and this is where we are now. However, Bitcoin likes to do a bit of a rug pull sometimes, and this is a cross. So it'd be interesting to see how it reacts. I mean, a pullback to the 0.5 would make sense, but it could just go from here, if I'm honest. But the issue is there are a few problems with that. So if I find my lower time frame chart, so this is the 4-hour, and we attempted to have a go at resistance, but now we have kind of stuck on the opposite side of this little pattern, which Bitcoin's not too fussed, right? This isn't like it's lost a major resistance level. This is just a macro pattern, right? No big deal, but it is nonetheless on the other side of it, right, which is a bearish signal for the short term. So a retrace for the next couple of days makes sense, and obviously there is room for Bitcoin to do that, because then you will have almost perfect confluence with this cross. So that would be the expectation. But as you've identified, Michael, right, Bitcoin doesn't like to hang around. If it feels like we're getting the bearish game is over, then people will just pile in, and they are piling in. So if we have a look at now, this is not good for the altcoins, right? Let's just make this clear. It is not good, but context is important. So this level here at about 73%, which means that 73% of the entire crypto market is made up of Bitcoin's market cap. All right, so that was the tipping point for the last altcoin season. Now, we were obviously hoping that this level here would be the tipping point. It almost happened here back in November, where the money flow starts just moving. But what it's interesting to see now what's happening. So altcoins are being quite resilient at the moment. At least they're holding firm despite Bitcoin dominance going up. So we'll just have a quick look at Jupiter. I've just put a trade on for this. I'll just show that while I'm doing it. So I've just put an entry on here for Jupiter, just to buy this support. It hasn't filled yet, and it is a bit of a weird range, and it's not an A setup, but I'm waiting for a pullback back to this level to try and capture the move. Now, the only reason why I'm trying to enter a couple of long trades here, this is Jupiter, nice confluence with the moving average and a really straightforward support retest with confluence with this. So, am I concerned about long trades? Yes, I am, because Bitcoin's got a little pullback. But what's interesting is the altcoin market is actually waiting to see what Bitcoin's next move is, which is kind of like, they suspect there might be a bullish posture. Now, when we look at this and we think about, okay, but this is, in a different context, like maybe 6 weeks ago, this would have wrecked the altcoin market, right? Just like this wrecked the altcoin market, but it's not wrecking it right now. So what's happening? Bitcoin can still grow proportionally bigger than the altcoin market, with the altcoin market still growing. It just means it's growing at a slower rate, okay? Or at least holding steady, right? So what we might be seeing is people entering their Bitcoin positions, right? So that the ETFs, public institutions, whatever, their governments, they're adding to their Bitcoin positions, which is growing Bitcoin proportionally at a much faster rate, okay? Which looks like the same scenario if Bitcoin is crashing and everyone's selling their altcoin positions, because obviously the altcoin market then shrinks when that happens and Bitcoin stays steady or grows proportionally. So this might be this kind of move we're going to see, which is where Bitcoin, starts to make its next move up, and then we arrive at this area, and then the money just cascades down into the altcoin market. Now, I'm ignoring the world economy issues at the moment, but just principally, context is everything with Bitcoin dominance. And if you look at this chart sells it to me, because we're barreling higher, this very straightforward, very clean uptrend, but the altcoin market is proving quite resilient, which makes me feel like the altcoin market is having some people enter as well, just not at the same pace as Bitcoin, which is inherently a little bit bullish. So I just want to, that's the context for where we are at the moment, right? Now that will change fast, because as we look at here, if Bitcoin really does start coming down now and we lose moving averages, then we're going to have the worst case scenario, which is, Bitcoin is coming down in without a bullish context, and Bitcoin dominance, as it has been, continues to go up, and then altcoins will get wrecked. But right now, it's quite an interesting scenario, and it's a little bit closer actually to this scenario, which is simply Bitcoin is outpacing altcoins, right? And this is reflective of it. So context is important, just to clarify that. But this is, I just wanted to show you Pengu. Now, this is not related to what I just said, but I thought it's quite an interesting setup, which I traded. So originally, I think this was a live stream exclusive setup, and the idea was we had this strong move up here, we had the breakout, we formed a double bottom, and then we had another move, right? Now, this is quite an odd little trade, because typically you're not going to look for a triple bottom, right? You're not going to look for that, because you might as well roll over if you don't carry on. However, what I thought interesting about this trade was, and this is all about, it's the conversation about context. This move, right, has essentially peaked 2 or 3 ranges higher, right? Now, and what that does is it means that, of course, there are limitations to how much the retrace could be in the eyes of other traders. So we retrace back to this level, we don't actually hit the support line, we bounce off the moving average for the second, which theoretically means, it's only had one touch. And then if we play, right, this is kind of what happened. We lose the moving average, but then we come back down and it becomes a range trade, right? Now this is a range to trade. And it just gave us a quick 20%. So when you're assessing setups, now this is a difficult trade. And if I played this, which I did, I only took profits here, right? But I wasn't going to play it up to here, right? I'm just too cautious, right? Because that's the bearish retest. So that was the move. So I'm not suggesting I went up all the way up here, but context is important. If the price action had just come up here, just to here and then come back down and then did the double bottom, there's no way I would even think about entering a third time. But when it comes up this high, it's kind of the price action is establishing itself in this upper range. It's kind of like saying, I am here and I'm staying, right? Because, and that's kind of what happened. Then we come back down here, we kind of form this foundation. We don't touch it again and we bounce up bullish, put in another higher high. Therefore, there's still buyers coming into this area. This is just a 1 hour chart, bearing in mind. So there's probably other moving averages and support below. And now it's a range trade. So this is quite an interesting concept, because typically this is not something I would take, right? Because it's, double bottom, that's it, second touch of support, and then you go. But interesting, when you're trying to assess what's going on in the crypto market, context is everything. And this trade typically would have been a C setup, but it's a B simply because of this additional move and the fact that we didn't get the double touch. And that is why buyers showed up, right? And that is kind of what you need to get your head around. Plus, of course, we did have confluence with oversold conditions, and there was other bits and bobs, of course, which I was looking at. I was very hesitant. I needed extra confluence, of course, to enter here, but very interesting trade. And it's important that you look at
it's really good too, right? Because like somebody can, on that second one, you can easily get faked out on that one, because it's like, well, it looked like it, but technically it never came to that support level. That's why it came back again the third time. If you really look at it.
Yeah. It's confidence inducing, right? That's what it is. It's confidence inducing. And unfortunately, in crypto, this is the game, really. You have to assess everything contextually, perhaps to a degree which, perhaps traders in other markets don't necessarily have to worry about, right? They've got their own context to worry about. They've got their own kind of what's happening in this country, or how's it affecting that Forex pair, or what's going on with this, and correlations with the S&P, whatever, right? But we all have our own challenges. But I think crypto is very unique because it doesn't comply with the same rules, right? So you think like Bitcoin, you see a double bottom, and like it will purposely just do the opposite, just to mess with you, right? Yeah. So you do have to kind of like look at the market contextually and just see, what the moves are indicating and what does that mean for this support level. So I just wanted to talk about that, a little bit of a trade. It wasn't a 20% for me. It was just I can't remember, that 7%, was it? No, it was about, no, I must have got in here just as confirmation was. It was about 7% for me, a bit of leverage. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that, but a couple of setups, which I think we can just look at before we very quickly finish. So this is Jupe. This is one of the ones I've just put on here, Jupiter, I was just talking about, and it's essentially, I'm waiting for an entry, but we've got confluence with the breakout of the ascending triangle with the support line, and of course we've got this moving average coming underneath. But that's not enough. We got divergence too, so that's what's sold the deal for me, right? So if I was umming and ahhing about this, and I'm like, I'm going to check divergence, right? And there's quite a little bit, and that's enough for this to be a B setup for me, and that's enough for me to enter a very small position, which I've done. And hopefully it'll just be a range trade to take profits there. So that's one setup. I'm going to be looking at this in a bit more detail tomorrow with the top altcoin picks. And then MKR, been waiting for this for weeks, right? Lots of resilience underneath this moving average, right? So you can, when it gets stuck underneath there and it's finally broke free, right? Imagine it like a prisoner, right? The price action is a prisoner. It's been stuck under this moving average for a few weeks, right? It wants to get out of it. So when it gets out, it doesn't want to go back, right? It doesn't want to go back. And this is the premise of this trade. We've got the breakout of the moving average right on the tip of this symmetrical triangle with price action, which is demonstrating resilience. Now, that doesn't mean it's guaranteed, of course, and it is a trade just to the 618. I don't think we're going to take that out anytime soon. But nonetheless, this is coming into play as we speak, and I'm hoping that my order for MKR, there it is, will fill hopefully over the next few hours. And is there another setup to look at? Oh yeah, and just now this one, this is a setup which isn't in play yet. It's approaching this golden zone. There's a lot of, it's so funny, there's so many of these right now, so many of these trades. Where's the other one? GMX is one, approach in the golden zone right now. This is a trade actually I'm trying to get out of. I've got a sell order here because it's just the context of my trade is broken, but we've got a lot of this happening at the moment. So it's golden zone time, but of course this one hasn't yet come down. So you have one setup which is in play now if Bitcoin plays ball, but then if Bitcoin comes lower, you've got Floki, right? Because that will pull the price action down. And then this one is in play with a nice confluence at the 618, the golden zone and everything. So this is how we should play it essentially, but just a few setups to think about. And of course, I'll go into more detail with them tomorrow on Honor Prime X, but just a few things. It's the golden zone time, I think.
Nice.
The winner is.
Gotta love
Right.
it.
Well, I think we've thanks Lola. Great to see you. I think we've used up our time. So great to see you, Bruce. Michael, great coverage. Thank you so much.
As always.
And hopefully see you guys later in the week.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. All right, Bruce. All right, Paul. Robert, thanks for showing up. Lola, you guys take care.
Now I know what to do next.
All right.
All right.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Take care.
Hey, Howard.
Hey man, Jannie, how you doing, mate?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, cannot complain. Well, I can, but where does it get you?
I was going to say, what are you doing on Sunday? I'll teach you.
God.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah. Hey, Aymane, how's it going?
Hey man.
Hello, Coach Jannie.
No-
How are you doing?
Nice to see you again, my friend. Today has been a very interesting day. Howard, you must be a happy man. I'm not sure if you were still in the those trades, but for me, we'll go through everything just in just a moment. But I was waiting. Well, I might as well show you.
Yeah.
Might as well show you.
Yeah, and I know you
Right.
you nailed the cable decline, which was pretty damn good. So
The cable decline.
yeah, Sterling, you're shorting, yeah.
I'll show you now which one. Yeah, I was short during this period. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we got to this area. Yeah. I had FIP levels at the time. I'll just show you quickly. Actually, I think I still have it on. Yeah, right there. So this was the support level. This support level actually came from the daily. So if I just go back to this daily chart here, see that big candle?
Yep.
That's where I took profit on the first
Nice.
decline.
Nice.
But once we came down here and we started to push up, I started to use these FIP levels. And this was the FOMC candle, this one right here. Right, that was the FOMC candle. So I thought that was pretty weak. The next candle pushed up, but found resistance at the 38.2, came back down. So you're now in this range. And then yesterday, we actually pushed right back up to this 38.2, and then it rejected again.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got that strong engulfing candle, but I was still not interested in the short because, you're in that range. So I was waiting for it to either just close below or to go to the 61.8 and then reject from that level. But the close of this candle kind of pierced through pretty strongly, and I just wasn't interested at that point.
Yeah.
Right. I was like, yeah, I don't know, because it needs to struggle, very similar to this Bitcoin trade, if you can remember, right? See, that's the 50. It needs to struggle at those levels and then reject away from those levels. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see this.
A bit of shadows forming, kind of thing.
Yeah, this is not ideal. So okay, so the previous, or the candle that just closed rejected, but this, I think that was like a 85 pip move or something on that 4-hour candle. It was a pretty big candle. So it clearly broke out, but you could see it on the smaller time frames. I didn't take this trade because I didn't even pay attention to it because I have alerts for certain levels. But if you were interested in a long year, see that's the 38.2 that's been rejected 3 times, and then the third time it rejected it, it made a higher low. See, there's your higher low. There's another higher low, and then you get the breakout.
Yeah. Finally, it was a bit frustrating for a couple of days, but finally it comes.
Yeah. Now we outside of this little bottom range. Now the thing about like when you in like a range like this, for me anyway, is it's such a bad time to trade because it can, first of all, you're ranging. The second thing is like you can break down and form that double top. Or you can just go back up and into a range. And the probability is not stronger for either one of those scenarios, if that makes any sense, right? And if you're going to try to trade the smaller time frames, excuse me, in these ranges, you're just going to get chopped up. So if your bias is short, for example, right, and you don't wait for confirmation of the neckline break to confirm that double top, then you very easily could have get sucked into a trade right here.
Yeah, that draws people in, doesn't it? A nice big range.
Yeah, but specifically this engulfing candle, right? This with pretty strong rejection, or even this candle, it can very easily get you to place a trade prematurely. with a bias. Now, the same with if you are long, right? You can say if your bias is long, it's like, whoa, this is it, and then take a long. So it's a very, very tricky place to place any trades, in my opinion, regardless of your bias, if you're in a range. So yeah, we did break out, but now for me, we in a kind of scenario where there's so many different scenarios. So the first thing is this can reject and form like almost like a triple top, right? Like a triple top, or this is not exactly a head and shoulders for me. Because
a little head poking through.
Little. This is like the Rock. This is the Rock head and shoulders. The Rock head and shoulders. So that's one scenario, right? It can go up and then reject and come all the way back down and break that neckline. That's the first scenario. The second scenario is it can go to that resistance and then come back lower to make a higher low and then break through. Very similar to what we've had this morning, right? You see that? It's very similar kind of scenario. We have these big swings, swing to the bottom, big swing to the top, big swing to the bottom, big swing to the top, and then a shallow pullback before the breakout with a higher low, right? So that's definitely very similar to what we see. Yeah, big swing to the bottom, big swing to the top, big swing to the bottom. So it can definitely go back to a big swing to the top and then get just a higher low and then break through. That's one of the scenarios. So because of that, and also because, let me just switch this thing off. I can hear rhythmic in the background. Ding, ding. Keeps cutting off again. Actually, I need to leave it open for the next kind of explanation. So so that's how I read this now. So we are now in a range. Okay, so for me, this is not a good place to do anything for the same reason why it's not a good idea to do anything in here, right? This is just on, if you scale out, then it's the same kind of thing for me. But we have a very, very busy week for the pound and the US dollar, right? We have FOMC tomorrow, and then on Thursday we have that interest rate on the British pound, right? So Wednesday, tomorrow we have federal funds rate, FOMC statement. Okay, that's tomorrow, and then Thursday we have the official bank rate in the UK. And then there's a MPC official bank rate votes and monetary policy summary, BOE monetary policy report. So 2 big days coming up. Mm-hmm. So I almost feel like we, because of where we are right now, and just a couple of scenarios that I just kind of explained, I almost feel like we probably better off just waiting for at least Thursday afternoon when the pound news comes out, and then hopefully we'll get a clear direction. Now I am bullish on the pound US dollar over the longer term. I just wanted to get a lower level, right? That's just how I was like bearish in the short term, but definitely bullish over the long term. That's for sure. But I'm fully aware of the fact that it may not happen, okay? Just based on what's happening right now. Because like every day, as I always say, new candles gets added to the chart and the picture constantly changes.
Yep, indeed.
So over here, you kind of, the scenario breakout or push higher. It pushed higher. It pushed past the 61.8. So that is not in play anymore. So I might as well just delete that because that's not relevant anymore. So now it's just all about the high there, and obviously the low here. So we'll see what happens in that regard. But I do feel very uncomfortable placing any trades before those 2 very big news events, and they both contain the pound and the US dollar. So now it's again. Now I feel from this point it's going to be a case of it needs to go to the top or the bottom, right? And then but ideally, if we can get, well, the thing is, the news event can just break this, right, or it can just reject. It just depends, because there's a forecast. I think the forecast for the pound is it's going to come down from 4.5% to 4.25%. That's the forecast. So a surprise like unchanged, that can definitely send the pound US dollar way down, right? But that probably won't happen. But it, occasionally we do get those surprises where the forecast is nothing like, or the actual is nothing like the forecast. So this is the pound US dollar for me. Now, if you look at the monthly time frame, sorry, where's the monthly? See, we getting, this is a very, very strong candle, but we still within this wick. So you kind of have to break out of that. Obviously, like this is the 4-hour resistance as well, exactly the same resistance area. So if you can break out of there, you can expect a pretty decent move, because so far, if I just go back to on the monthly time frame, you'll see, well, maybe you can't see it, but I'll just tell you anyway. It's just we've moved 145 pips so far. The ATR is 440. Okay, so there's a lot of room still left in the pound US dollar to move, and hopefully it won't be 200 pips up and 200 pips down, but there's still a lot of room. There's another 300 pips here. There's a lot of there's definitely a lot of room for this to go much higher, but we just don't know when. Is it going to be now? This is now the first week. Well, I know Thursday last week was the beginning of the month, but the candle is not even 20% through the month. So
plenty of gas in the tank.
Plenty of gas in the tank. So now it's just all about getting the timing right. Okay. So we'll see what we need to either kind of just find resistance there and get a pullback with a higher low and then break out, or if we just break out straight, then I'll wait for a retest if it can give that to me. But it will be very sad to miss out on this move. Don't want to miss out on that one. But I think for now, I think the basically based on what the chart looks like right now, I don't think we're going to come way back here. I just don't think that's on the cards right now.
Looks like a solid low. I think quite a solid low.
Yeah. Well, this one, or do you mean over here?
Yeah, the one we just made. Yeah, this one. Yeah.
The one we just made. Yes. You're forming a very solid range now. This is a very solid range. So a lot needs to happen. Some sort of surprise news or something.
Yeah, I think they had their chance, the sellers.
Yeah. I mean, this was the short, right? Yeah, the short was right there, and then because you had a support level, that's where your take profits. That's where I got out anyway. I didn't even go for the low. I got out was around here some on this candle. Yeah, I didn't even go for the lows, but it was a very, very nice move. The timing was on the smaller time frames. But now, because you are at support, you don't just assume it's going to break out. That's just bad practice, right? It needs to first break out and then kind of retest, and then you can go lower. But you don't know if it's going to break out,
particularly in a bull market. Anticipating a top in a bull market is,
Yes, yeah. The thing is, if you go to say the monthly time frame, you see that. So this, for example, there's so many lines here. Let me just delete this. But it's just to give you an example. Right now, if you look at this candle, so last month was also obviously very bullish, but this is a very big lower wick, right? Now, if we zoom into what that looked like, we go to say the daily time frame, for example. That was that very strong reversal. Remember that? That was we had that range, that 4-hour range, and we got the breakout and a very sharp reversal, and that could very easily trick people into think, oh no, this is going to go short.
Yeah.
But on the monthly, everything is still intact here. right? So in this particular case, we found a support level on the 4-hour time frame, right? We got that.
Yeah. It's interesting on the monthly how I think it took 4 months to go down and 3 months to go back up.
Yeah. 1,
That's-
2,
that's
3,
im-
4 months.
That's like impulsive. That's like trend for me.
Yeah. And it came pretty close to this. Didn't quite get there, but it's pretty close to that support.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's like my bias is definitely bullish, but in the short term it was bearish, and I'm still not. You look, this is the dollar index. Okay, we're rejecting below the support level again. I'm still not 100% kind of in, if that makes any sense. Like because of where we are right now. That's all. Like we just need to we're in this range, right to the bottom, right to the top, right to the bottom. It could very well go to right to the top, and then looks like it's going to reject and then break out. So yeah, definitely a big move that we can expect for this month, but we're not going to get that deep pullback, I don't think, unless again,
surprise news or something.
Yeah. So that's the pound US dollar. So for me this week, no trades on the pound US dollar, nothing. Actually, when was this week nothing. Well, it's only Tuesday.
yeah. We had payrolls on Friday, didn't we? That was a bit of a damp squib. It was like down, up, and down again kind of thing on Friday.
Yeah.
It wasn't wasn't much. It looked like it was going to follow, as you say. That bullish candle. It looked like it was. The payrolls. It kind of went down initially because they were a stronger number, and then it reversed to the upside. So that looked like that's the bottom, and then into the close. We come back down again. No, not today. We do it on Monday.
This is the thing about NFP for me anyway. It's like it's probably the worst time to come to some sort of conclusion of, okay, that's the bottom or that's the top. It's
volatile.
Yeah, it's like I mean, you can see this doji candle. That was NFP, and the next candle pushed up. You can very easily get sucked into a trade. It's really just best to just stay clear and say, well, let's see what people really think at the end of the day.
Let the market decide.
And just So we found support here, and this morning we found support again. This is obviously very early in the morning, but right on the support level. So if your bias was long, I mean, that would have been a beautiful entry if you were awake. But if not, again, this 38.2% breakout level presented a beautiful opportunity on the shorter time frames, right? Yeah. Right there. That would have been really nice. So anyway, so that's the pound US dollar. We'll see what happens tomorrow with FOMC. I'm not going to, even if there were no FOMC, I still wouldn't be interested right now, just because of this range that we are in right now.
Yeah. What do you mean? We got 24 hours yet?
You're right, Howard. You're right. Let me place a trade right now.
In politics and markets, that's a very long time.
That's very true. All right, so that's the pound US dollar. That's the pound US dollar.
Coach Jannie, like the way you draw your support and resistance, is it just one level or it's more a zone, let's say?
No, it's just one level. Like the only time when there are zones, that will typically be on smaller time frames. Like gold, for example. I missed gold, and I'm pretty kind of annoyed with myself because I had this this daily support, so just a single line. But there was
a bit lucky. I was a little bit lucky. I kind of bought the upside break of the inside bar on the daily, so that for me confirmed the low.
Yeah, well, that's very solid. But so this is an example. I would just like, for example, here as well, right? Just a single line. But sometimes I draw zones if there's no single line. Like I'm going to use this Bitcoin example because I obviously remember when I drew this zone here. I don't know if you were in a session with me, but I drew that zone here. So that was just basically. Once we had the double top and we came back and broke out of this level before it started to pull back, it broke out of that and then it pulled back and then it broke out again. So I just marked that level before it started to pull back, and I also marked the level, the pullback before it started to break again. So that was a zone for me. right?
Okay.
But most of the time it will be single lines. But on gold, there was also a very clear zone. I'll show you now where it is. It was right here. See, this is like over there and there.
Yeah.
That was this. That was the zone.
That was the one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the zone. Then you come back here, and you can say there it breaks out. You can wait for a retest. Doesn't really retest, but it breaks up above there, and that's ready right there. Or you can just wait for price to actually. You can just sit with your finger on your button and wait for it to actually break that high, and then that's it. But I didn't. I mean, I was just fast asleep. I was just looking at the one on the daily. So, you know, you snooze, you lose, and I did snooze, so I lost. Well, I didn't lose any money, but I didn't get
Always
the
another
trade.
opportunity. Every day there's something new.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, there's no, the thing is like that, even on the pound US dollar, this is so important, right? Like, even though, say, my bias is bearish and all that, because of all the things you have in place to make sure that price actually does what you want it to do before you'll take the trade, it will never do it if you're wrong, which means you'll never place a trade.
Yeah.
Right. Which means, like, even when you're wrong, you don't lose money. It just kind of, it needs to play into your hands, and if it doesn't, it just means no trade. So yeah, so that's again the pound US dollar and gold. Gold is probably going to make new highs. Like for gold, you can, like, but this is now this evening. But you can really, I think, until you get to this high over here, might as well just move this over here. You can go onto the 15-minute time frame and you can trade breakouts. This is a very strong trend. Like, I'm talking about a very strong trend on the daily. So you'll probably get similar on the smaller time frame. So you can trade breakouts here, right? That with a retest, and here's another one right there with a minor little retest. So you can still trade it right to that level there. So it's not all over. If that makes any sense. You can still place, you can still trade it. But ideally, yeah, I mean, Howard, like you've just mentioned, it sounds like you got that trade, and like, did you get it in that zone?
I got it literally on the break of the inside bar on the daily chart.
Oh,
So,
on the daily.
Yeah. I just used the daily chart. I
Listen.
said, right, break of the inside bar. That for me confirms the low.
Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
ABC. Yeah, ABC down, done.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. So that's the pound US dollar and gold, and then the NASDAQ. Today we below the 200 EMA again.
Above, below.
Yeah. So that's typically what it does around the 200. Well, we didn't get it the last time it broke below the 200.
Is it worth putting like a zone around it? You know, just to filter out the. Because I know a lot of people, they look at the 200 and they say, oh, it's, you know, we're back in the bull market. No, we're not. You know, next day. So maybe like put a little 2% zone above and below, kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
make an envelope out of it.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. But I think if you look at the weekly, you see again with tomorrow with FOMC, and you know what's the other thing is, like, next week we have core CPI.
That's a fun number.
Man, it just never ends.
Yeah,
it just never ends. Like, I can't see the. Sorry, I'll be with you now. I'll be with you right now. Hey, Robert. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's just wait for FOMC and then we'll see what happens here. But I think, like, based on the weekly time frame, this is still bullish, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It can still go to this resistance area, yeah, at 2340. Yeah.
I think what did it for me was that that bullish outside week 2 weeks ago. That's what kind of turned it for me.
This one, yeah.
Yeah. That I was kind of bearish up to that point, and then once we made that low, that was like, yeah, that's solid.
Yeah, definitely is. Like the monthly as well. Look at the monthly, right?
As you said last time, literally long lower shadow right at that previous high.
Yeah, but this strong candle is not the most. It's not the most beautiful candle because it's so huge, this wick, and something like if it was like just a normal sized candle right here, that would have been so much better. But
Yeah,
it kind of
you got a big distance
not-
for a stop if you're buying it based on that. And where'd you put your stop?
yeah. yeah.
Well,
if you make if you place a trade like once a month, it's not going to happen. But on smaller time frames, you can definitely get something, right? You can like right over here. That's where it bounced, right over here.
Yeah.
But still not the greatest setup. It makes a much more sense to the 4 hour for me is a very, very good time frame. Really solid.
Interesting that one a couple of days ago when it took out those lows and then made a bullish outside day. That was quite a good little intraday reversal that gave you a couple of days to the upside.
Yeah,
that was quite nice.
Yeah. So, but on the smaller time frames, we had this is the open. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Let me just. No, this bullish candle. But the pre-market, we've been trading right to S2, so that's obviously a support level. And then we broke lower. We didn't quite get to S3. S3 is quite extended. It's pretty far. And then we pulled all the way back to the daily or yesterday's, was it yesterday's open? No, sorry, yesterday's low. That was yesterday's low. And then we found resistance on that 15-minute time frame and then just rejected off there. But it was a bit like, especially when you get to these resistance areas, it's pretty choppy. Like unless you get a clear breakout, and it starts to, when you get these candles that looks like a bunch of dojis, very difficult to trade on the 1 minute time frame. The way I trade anyway, right? For the way I trade, but you can see now. Look at the 1 hour time frame here. This is that support level that we broke through pre-market, and then we like shot through there, which is obviously resistance now, and then now we're just rejecting back down. Yeah, so I didn't trade the NASDAQ today either. So yesterday I did place a couple of good trades in session one, but today I'm like just a bit. Yeah, I've got FOMC on my mind. And it's like
not Georgia, FOMC.
yeah. But the thing about if in case you were wondering why, for people watching, like why did this move? There was no news event. It's not uncommon for price to move before NFP or before a big news event for price to make a big move, and then on NFP kind of nothing happens. That's not unusual, but that doesn't mean, I'm not saying nothing's going to happen tomorrow. I'm just saying it's not completely uncommon for price to move without any news events. It's based on
sometimes it can be priced in. Like sometimes
this is part of the pricing kind of move. Yeah. So it happens before. It happens before the news event. Everybody's waiting for the news event, but the move was the day before. So
it's those bloody technicals again, eh?
Yeah, though. Bloody technicals. Yeah. So that you'll see that a lot. Price moving just before the news event, and also
people they don't commit, so the big boys can move it, kind of thing. So people are not,
Yeah. And also the day after, I found FOMC day is not for me a great day to trade, but the day after it starts to find direction. We'll see what happens tomorrow. So I'm like on the sideline. I've got like tomorrow. I'm just gonna play games. I don't know. I'm just gonna relax. Not gonna do much. That's the pound, US dollar, gold, and the NASDAQ. And then just finally, I know I'm taking up a lot of time, but this is now Bitcoin. All right. So Bitcoin is. No, this is I was actually bearish on Bitcoin, and I'll tell you why. And Howard, you'll be familiar with this. That will look the same. Okay, let me just delete these two lines, and you can see it clearly. You see that now? You see this? No, the only thing that does not make this a good formation is the fact that we have a flat bottom there on the weekly, so it can definitely break at least break the the open of the week. But this is that very strong candle in one direction, and then the next candle closes inside the previous candle's body, right? And it's at a resistance area.
So a bit of
yeah.
overextension.
Yes. So, but what you really want to see is like you first want to see price look like it's gonna continue, and then it reverses. But now the opposite is happening. Yeah. So I'm kind of in limbo with this one, but
like sterling kind of thing, like a tweezer top type thing on the weekly.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, right now, see that 95,894. See, the 94 was obviously the take profit area. This line here, we just go to the daily. So you see that high there of that daily candle. That's also the monthly high of the previous month. That's where that level comes from.
It's a strong level.
Yeah, so that's that level, and then what was the other level? What was the other level for? What was it for? Oh, right, yeah. It was it made like this was the high of the range, because it formed like this range.
Like a trap level.
Yeah, that's right. So we looked like we were going to break through.
Yeah.
And then obviously there's no entry there. You want to see like if it's going to retest, it just doesn't want to do it. You can argue that was like potentially we were like, oh, maybe it's going to go do it that, but it just kind of never followed through there. And now we below that strong support level. So this is again, for me, this has to come lower. This has to come lower. But like if you just look to you immediately to your left here, you just
it's a lot of support there.
Yeah, but it's not for me. This is not something I'm interested. So this week is going to be. It could potentially be quiet for me unless something happens on the pound US dollar and maybe something on Bitcoin as well. But I think the pound US dollar is more likely to produce something, right? If we can just get up out of that range. So yeah, that. Oh yeah, I think that is it. That's it from me for now. I'll fill in as you guys talk. I'll interrupt you as usual.
No worries. No worries.
No, please, no.
Yeah. If I can I just quickly jump in? I do actually have a little trade on at the moment. Just one second. 1 second though. Dollar yen. Now let me know if you can see it, because I've got some screen things going on. So let me see if oh, it's through there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Excellent. So basically, I'm having a bit of a stab on the short side on dollar yen. It's been quite a big move. Obviously, it's quite a big range. So obviously, there may be it may be a little bit kind of limited, but just a sort of a short going into the close really of the day. Kick it off on the weekly. So on the weekly, we've still got this big kind of topping formation for me. We had that obviously big powerful decline, multi-week decline here, which found support at that big level, which I've got as the wave one low. Also maybe the double top trigger level, neckline, whatever you want to call it. So a little bit oversold and overextended in this support region. Snap back on this week, then a little bit of follow through on the upside, but topped out below the previous support level, which I've got as the bottom of the first wave within this larger sequence that's unfolding. So the recovery topped out below, so there was no overlap between wave one and what could have been wave four, but obviously it's not. And this week so far, although it's quite early during the week, we've retraced most of last week's candle, which not very good if you're long and you're bullish. That's never a good thing to see. For me, I'm looking for this thing to obviously a trigger level would be last week's low on a multi-week basis for the next leg of the this developing downtrend. I think we're forming a major top. We've already formed it, but it comes on the heels of this massive advance going back to, I think it's 2011. So it's really toppy on a long-term basis. And what we're doing, I believe, is we're just literally gravitating towards this support level. Also, this previous higher low within the old uptrend as well. So it's quite a strong level. And I think once this level goes, all hell will break loose to the downside. We'll see some acceleration, in my opinion. I think this is really kind of the early stages of a big move lower on a multi-week basis. So currently sitting short on a short-term position, a day trade position. On the daily, just to show that level again. So there's the bottom of wave 1, wave 2, and then we're breaking lower in the early stages of wave 3. The rally from the low broke down in that classic kind of 3-wave move, ABC, which is always against the trend. It's never kind of in the direction of a new trend. So trend is down, A, B, C for the correction, and here we are coming back into the heading back towards the previous kind of the B leg low, if you will. So I think once that breaks, that's we should be off to the races on the downside for dollar yen. So yeah, but basically topped out just a little bit above the zone I was looking for. So I poked above it, looked like it was going to the moon, but obviously a couple of days later, here we are again.
Yeah, it's like a false breakout, right?
Yeah. It's I suppose in some respects a little bit like this one, where it's like it has the first swing, pulls back, and then it goes again. Yep, we've got a nice breakout, and before you know it, the trend is resuming. So that's all going as perhaps as it should do. On euro dollar, my trade of the day so far was long on euro dollar, which I recorded. Let's see, I'll play that. Let me know if you can see it. Can you?
We see like just a white. I don't know what color that is, but just
yellow or
okay. So let me present again, because I'm working off of the one screen right now. So let's see what we got. Window. Okay, this should do it with a bit of luck.
There we go.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So basically, I just did a sort of a smash and grab earlier today, just viewing this kind of pullback on the euro as done, and that we're literally in a basing process. I sort of missed the dollar yen in the morning and sterling in the morning. So I thought I'd go for the laggard rather than the leader, unfortunately. But it proved to be okay in the end. It was because my target was quite conservative, really. So literally I just I bought in on this bounce here, so a little breakout on the upside, and then came back against me a little bit. It started to look like it was struggling. Back up again, back down again. It's like, oh no, that's the end of that. That's not very good. And then then it bases out, then it comes back up, and then we're coming back to the highs, and before you know it, we're making new highs, and then it kind of stalls ahead of this one.
See, like Howard, sorry to interrupt you. Like, you know that that looks like a fib level.
Which one's that? The green line?
The one that sudden drop. That sudden drop.
Yeah, I'm not too sure actually. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I didn't do a retracement on that one.
Okay.
So that yeah. So then it sort of obviously it breaks through and eases back again sideways, and it looks like, oh, it's all over now. And then it bases, and then we get the boom to the target. So, and that was good, because that was kind of like pretty much the high for that particular swing. So that was quite it was quite well calculated on that one.
Nicely done, Howard. Nicely done.
So
beautiful.
So that was my highlight of the day. So I'm just sitting short dollar yen, but I've done it on half the size, really. So I'm not really aggressive in the latter stages, and also it's been quite a big day today, so I'm not massively. I'm not going to hold it overnight, that particular position.
Because it's not based. Is it because it's not based off a long? It's not really a swing trade.
No. I'm just sort of smashing and grabbing at the moment. And we'll, maybe tomorrow I might get involved in something a little bit. But as you say, we've got some big news events around the corner, so that could be could scupper things a little bit. So yeah, just a little run through of some of these marchés that I look at. So can you see the screen, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool. Okay. So our friend euro dollar. So obviously we've got this kind of long-term major low there back in 2022. The first wave up, and then this kind of three-wave ABC correction down for wave 2, and then the acceleration higher in the early stages, what I think is the early stages of wave 3, which should take us much, much higher. So zooming into wave 3 so far, what we've got obviously is this kind of acceleration, very shallow pullbacks on the weekly, almost, you know, kind of begrudgingly pushing through the previous week's low and then snapping back, like just like it did here, snapping back, boom, snapping back, boom, like that. Same kind of thing here. So yeah, it
Very
rejected. It
shallow
had,
pullback.
yeah, it's and also we're still above these key levels, which I think is quite, or kind of, I guess, toying with that one. Certainly above this one. You know, we're kind of settling at a higher ground, which I guess if you were kind of thinking this was a top, maybe we should be, you know, perhaps down here, and then that would, you know, shake out a few of the weak buyers. But for me, it just looks like a nice kind of, it's broken up to new high ground, and the ranges are contracting, so the market's getting kind of happy to be here, if you will.
Yeah.
So yeah, so last week a bit of follow through after the bearish engulfing, but no real follow through. In fact, closing back inside the previous week's shadow range, and this week so far we're kind of trying to move higher. So I think breaking last week's high could be a bit of a trigger for the multi-week, just as it was back here.
Yeah.
Back here. So yeah, just literally take out the high of the breakdown candle, and then boom. That's the kind of thing I'm looking for, the acceleration.
So how are you going to approach tomorrow? Would you still trade the London Open, or would you just stay away the whole day, or
no,
does it
I'll
depend
be
on...
yeah, I'll be doing the kind of more kind of smashing and grabbing, but in the direction of the of my trend bias. So yeah, I won't be yeah, smashing and grabbing.
Yeah.
I believe that's a term.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with a bit of smashing and grabbing. No.
Definitely not.
No. So this line, yeah, that line should have been there. Yeah, so basically I was looking for this thing to really base between these two levels, and it kind of did. So it nibbled into there, tried to break higher, snap back sideways, tried to break higher, snap back, and then then today in Asia, it broke through the previous day's low. So that, I'm sure, sucked a lot of people in to the short side, a lot of the short-term day traders. But here we are making a bullish outside day. Again, I love those outside patterns because they really give you a clue as to who's in control, I think. And before you know it, you know, you can find tomorrow in Asia the market starts to push higher. And if gold is anything to go by, it could be something. Gold could be leading the way higher. Gold tends to go with the kind of a weaker dollar.
Yeah.
So that's euro. We did that onto cable, sterling dollar. Your favorite, young man. So we had that little tweezer top there at the major resistance, obviously. So yeah, boom, little rejection there. Last week again, rejection back down, but this week again, no real follow through to the downside. In fact, quite the converse. So maybe, just maybe, that's the end of the shallow correction. So we see, obviously, once we can start closing around here, settling at the top end of this 2-week range, then that really will give it the impetus, I think. But
yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I think the next week, that's it, right? Next week, you know, it will be potentially, if we, like you just explained right now, right? If we can get outside of that high there, next week it's going to be long, all week long, well, depending on the price action. If we can get a nice entry.
Yeah.
Well, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
maybe after all the the numbers come out, let the volatility happen, and then, as you say, like a next day, you know, like a big news release plus 1 day kind of thing, where you get in on the next day. Could be something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, actually, let's go for the daily. So yeah, so daily we had obviously that massive move higher with hardly any red days at all, none whatsoever, and then the kind of bit of chop, and then here we are, kind of, I guess, confirming this support level, which is above the previous swing high as well. So it's quite I think quite solid down here. So looks to be quite quite constructive bull market kind of action.
Yeah.
So that's that one. I'm kind of standing side of cable at the moment. So just dollar yen is my kind of biggie at the moment. Dollar Swiss. Dollar Swiss. Now this one's interesting because the Swiss is kind of doing its own thing. We had this big range on the weekly, and obviously that the dollar decline that we saw on the other majors, boom, like 3 big weeks, well, 2 big weeks and 1 smallish week, followed by the kind of attempt at recovery. But that recovery, in a similar way to NYMEX crude, I suppose, after the breakdown of that big support level, we've seen the retest, and the retest is struggling at the broken support level. So I think there's a lot of trap buyers above this level. A lot of people that think this is it's cheap down here, but actually it's got even cheaper. So this could be a bit of a trap for these buyers that are coming in, and that we maybe we're going to start to resume this downtrend. I guess just looking at this thing. Yeah,
it's been a beautiful range as well, right? Like the beautiful, like from the top to the bottom, like it did that. It touched 3 times at the top, and the 3rd time it touched at the bottom, it broke out. And like you said, that's a retest. Yeah.
So to me it looks, and I guess if you're looking at dollar index, I think it's a similar-ish thing, which we can take a look at that as well a bit later. But yeah, it looks like it's broken through big support, and it's seen a bit of a retest, and it's struggling. Last week was a kind of, it had another go after the bullish engulfing outside week. So it looks like the rally or the rebound is running out of steam. So maybe again we cracked last week's low. That could be the trigger that we revisit the lows on dollar Swiss. So that's that one. Onto the Aussie. So interesting. Aussie and Kiwi, and to some extent CAD, they kind of decoupled from euro dollar, sterling dollar, and dollar yen, in that they were kind of moving higher, but almost kind of begrudgingly over this period here. This is when sterling and euro dollar made their low, and they started to really accelerate. So this one kind of, it was just hovering around this big level here on the weekly chart. So kind of a weak bounce range, and then we saw that big flush out on the bad news on the tariffs when it first came out, which led the dollar to collapse. But the Aussie dollar also collapsed, but more so than the US dollar. And since then we got the complete reversal of that. So that for me is the bottom of a major low. I think that's a major low for this market. And of course after that we've seen the breakthrough, the previous reaction high within the previous downtrend. So and we're closing above it. We're settling above it on the weekly. So this to me looks like a major low and the start of a move which should take us perhaps towards the top of this range at least. So we get what we're seeing now, I think, is a broad-based dollar decline, whereas before it wasn't quite as wide and didn't have the depth that it should have had. But now we're starting to see a broad-based dollar decline. That's the Aussie.
I was just going to ask you, Howard, like if you identify obviously this broad-based dollar decline, and there's so many opportunities lining up on so many different currencies, like how do you approach that? Like do you trade them all, or do you pick one to trade for the day, or what's your process there?
Well, generally speaking, I'll pick one and trade for the day when I get the opportunity. But sometimes if I'm doing a swing trade, I'll pick one of the absolute majors like euro dollar or dollar yen. I tend not to do so much with sterling dollar cable. So I think Aussie CAD and Kiwi, sometimes I'll have a go at those ones, but they tend to be a bit more kind of erratic compared to the to euro dollar and dollar yen. I think they're the kind of the they've got the real participation.
Okay.
So yeah, so on the daily, I guess that was the big news event, and then it got V-shaped reversal. That to some extent mirrored what was happening in sterling dollar, where you had that multi-session advance sideways around the resistance level. I guess people taking profits or maybe even taking shorts in there, thinking that was the top. And here we are, kind of grinding and settling above. So again, this could be acceleration phase for me. On the Oz. Onto the CAD. So the CAD formed what I think was a major high. Obviously a lot later than euro dollar formed its major low. So there's the high, and this one actually is matched by these two big highs here on the long-term chart. So that is kind of overvaluation, I think, on the dollar CAD. It seems to be a big level here, so it kind of it had a look at it, and it reversed, and it settled back into this previous range, which is a bit of a worry. I think if you were kind of bullish and thinking this was the corrective pullback, if you kind of take that out, that kind of looks like perhaps a nice area to think about buying into it, and looking for the resumption of the trend, but it just didn't hold, and here we are, we're settling back underneath this old high. So I think, again, a bit like dollar Swiss, I suppose, but in reverse, we've got a lot of people trapped above this line that were buying it. So yeah, back into the range.
Yeah, that's not like once it gets back into the range, that's definitely not something you want to focus on to go long. It needs to really respect that level and move away from it. And definitely didn't do that.
I think that was the opportunity for the buyers on that candle. That was when perhaps it could have been have a go at that one, and we've seen a little correction and away we go. But perhaps you would have wanted to see a bit more confirmation on the upside before you use that candlestick, kind of thing.
Yeah, I think the support. I don't know what your take is on that, but for me, the support level right now, it would be at the bottom of that range before the breakout. Like
this one. Oh yeah,
no. The entire range, range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This level.
Yeah. Oh, that's a very long time frame. Yeah. So maybe the first one is fine.
Yeah. Yeah. This one looks pretty. Yeah, I think that one's pretty solid. That will be a complete change of character in this market if and when you bust that one. So yeah, so that's that one. So again, more dollar weakness coming through across the board. So that's the caddy. Gold. So yeah, so gold. Yeah, I was looking for this. Initially, I was getting quite encouraged by this kind of triple rejection here on the daily, but it just fizzled out, and then we saw another new low. But it went into the kind of secondary area for me, which is that consolidation that you pointed out, Jannie, before. And it kind of went in there, bounced back up. Then we got the inside bar, and that for me was the buy trigger yesterday, breaking through the top of the inside bar, having broken through support, and broke into previous congestion as well. So that for me was a really good entry, and it was kind of instant gratification, which is always nice. It doesn't always happen that way, but it was nice when it does.
Those are the best trades. Yeah, when it like immediately just goes into your favor. Like and I mean, especially I've had trades, I'm sure you as well, that you get into a trade, especially when a new 4-hour candle forms or something like that, and little kind of pip on the new candle, and then it just takes off, and it's a massive like the entire day's ATR in one candle. Like those are those are Christmas candles, but they don't come come along very often. Yeah,
enjoy while you can. That's the best way to approach those ones, I think.
Oh, for sure.
What else? Oh, we talked about the stock market. So yeah, just really for me, kind of still positive based on the that basing at the old swing high here on the S&P, and followed by that big rebound, and then the kind of a weak inside session, broke through the bottom of the inside bar, broke through the top of the inside bar, closed above it. and that for me is a solid low. And then last week we got the follow through. So yeah, I guess this week so far we're just kind of retracing back, but I'm thinking limited downside on this one. I don't think we're going to be finding ourselves back down here again, but stranger things have happened.
Yeah, for sure.
And the same, the NAS is very similar. So yeah, same kind of thing. Crude. So crude oil, obviously we've got that kind of we're going a little bit sideways, having broken down and revisited or got close to the swing low. So there's that descending triangle that we're looking at. There's the big aggressive break through it, and then snap back, and then retest, and then failure, and then down we go. Boom, big week down. And we're just kind of retracing last week's big decline. So I think we're kind of stuck in last week's range, but ultimately I think we're going to see a new low for this this downtrend. So it'd be quite interesting to monitor this for a couple of days, and there could be another opportunity here to have the crack at the short side. So I'll be watching this one. Maybe we kind of do a little bit of pushing around here, top end of the range, and then we curl over again. So that could be a good a good short entry once this move runs out of momentum. You've got that kind of broken support there at 61.30 odd, so maybe just a little nibble above 60, and then we top out and come back down again. So that I think that's one to watch. Put one on the radar, that one.
Yeah, and you know what would be really good for this is, I love my Fibonacci levels, but that's exactly when I would use it. That's exactly like I just had a look at the euro dollar trade you took.
Yeah.
I was just drawing Fibonacci levels, and it was literally. I can quickly show you before you want to take back over.
Yeah, sure.
Go for it. Just like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
sorry, Aymane. We didn't forget you.
I am used to this now.
So this is the 5 minute. This was this morning, right? Oh, sorry, this afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was you took the trade here somewhere and it pulled back. And if I just zoom in here.
Yeah. What was my Fibonacci level? I didn't know.
But usually when you get a very smooth kind of trend, then and it starts to pull back. That's the best time to use Fibonacci level, or if it's just like a clear break to the upside on several candles, and there's a pullback, then Fib levels is the best tool to use for that. And this is very similar. And it like literally gave that 61.8 a little kiss, and then it just went back up.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's all I wanted to show you. Yeah. Oh, there is one more thing. Were you still doing something, Alan?
No, actually, I'll hand it over. So.
Okay, it's almost Aymane's turn. He can't wait. All right, so I wanted to ask you about the Aussie Swiss.
Yeah.
That's now very close. You see that strong pivot, and then maybe you'll see it clearer on a longer time frame. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's just very close to retesting that weekly. So for me, that's close enough to start to focus on candles on, say, the daily time frame to look for some sort of engulfing candle. And if we can get that, because I can't see any patterns, because that's obviously something I'd also have a look at, but there's no clear patterns forming at the moment. So, and if that's the case, then I want to see a clear rejection. Very similar to crude, okay?
I was just thinking that it looks a bit like crude. That move, that rebound.
Yeah. Yes. So even on crude, if you go to smaller time frames, there's nothing clear. There's no pattern. So then you want to see price action itself just engulfing.
Yeah.
So that's very similar to the Aussie Swiss right now. Where is the Aussie Swiss? Aussie Swiss. Oh, there we go. So that could be because we are at that level of interest now.
Yeah.
So maybe tomorrow I don't know if FOMC has a big impact on the Aussie Swiss, maybe not, but still, that is what I would definitely look at this. Even though I only trade the pound US dollar, and I won't look at the dollar yen, the euro dollar, because I get confused. I don't know which one to go. I don't know which one to trade, and anyway. But yeah, the Aussie Swiss, I think, is at a very interesting level to start to pay attention to.
Yeah. Yeah, I must admit I don't really look at it, but yeah, looks interesting.
Yeah. All right. Aymane, your
Thank
time
you.
has come, my friend.
Finally. Thank you. Yeah, so the NASDAQ, like always, I will just explain what I was looking for today, some couple of scalps and trade I took. So let's start from the weekly. So the weekly time frame, we are sitting in this supply zone. So from here till here, it's a supply zone. So it's normal that at least we are rejecting from it. But the way we, let's say, we came to this supply, like we were pushing. So for me, the only, let's say, of course, it's probabilities, but the only way we can break this low is at least to take the high of this week right here, show some aggressivity, and then maybe come at least test here, like more, this area here more deeper. So to be honest, like I'm still, even though I am bullish, we are in supply, I am still bullish. It could be today here, this is the low of the week, or we have this area right here, it could be the low of the week. So for me, I'm waiting for this area here, this demand zone between 19,500 and 19,348. So let's go back to the weekly. So as I said, we are in a supply. Daily, we had this supply area that we respected, and we got this rejection yesterday and today. So the price NQ tops in this demand here. You can see this candle. It took this previous week, come back close green, and we got continuation. So for me, this is let's say an area demand, and inside this daily demand, we have what I showed earlier. We have this 1 hour demand zone. So for me, if let's say, because the way it looks like right now, I think we could break this low. So if we broke this low and later tomorrow we came back to this area here, it will be really interesting area to buy from. So if I go to the 30 minutes, so sorry, this is just I mark this area right here. So when I open, when I want to start my session, first thing I check is like how the price was behaving before in my session, and as you can see, we were trending from the Asian session, London session also. So I was, let's say, more open to sell than buy. The only thing that's, let's say, I was a little bit worried about is the demand that I showed. We are sitting in this big demand. So I took my first trade. It was somewhere here. It was fully based on 30-minute supply and the footprint. So you can see here this candle right here. It took this previous week, come back close bearish, and we got this continuation here. We close lower. So I answer somewhere here based on the 5 minutes. Let me show it. So based on the 5 minutes, you can see this red candle here. We took this previous week, come back, close red, retest, wait a little bit until it was here, show me some bearish, like some bearish momentum, and then took sell. What I was looking, like the way it was looking on the delta, let me show. So there was a lot of absorption, like a lot of big clusters, but no movements. So, and absorption into the supply. So you can see here, like until here, it's all good. Okay, 111 big cluster in the middle. We test it right here and we push again, we pushed higher. So here we got like 238, 134 at the top of the candle here in the middle, but we were inside this supply here between this line and this line. So I waited a little bit for this candle to open, so that we are pushing lower, and I answered somewhere here. Target was just here at the low here, right? So this was the first trade. Second trade, actually, I was waiting again for the 50% of this area here, the 50% of this week touched the same area, but when I switched to the delta, like the context changed, so I changed the bias. So the context, what I mean with the context is, okay, we were pushing down until now, like sellers are in control. You can see here, minus 156, straight continuation. So, and then, I think it was on 8 ticks here, it was on 9 ticks. So, and then what I saw is we had like one of the biggest clusters at the low of the candle, like minus 225. And
That
there
looks
was
big.
no yeah,
That's quite big, huh?
yeah, really, really big. So, and then there was
That's
no
what she said.
Easy.
Sorry, Aymane. Carry on.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it was like minus 225, like big cluster. So now it was no movement. So and then what happened is I switched to the 15 minutes, and this is one thing I think I talked about like one session with you guys is when we are trending lower and we have like the biggest candle in all, let's say this trend here, this 15-minute candle here is let's measure it. So 117 points in one candle, and we close into this demand, this 1 hour demand. Let me show it. This 1 hour demand. So it was sign of, okay, maybe there is a squeeze, sellers are getting out, and maybe we will change the direction. And then this is what happened. Like we took again this previous week right here, and we closed green. I took a couple of scalps, just 10, 20 points, I think. The continuation of this big cluster here, it was this minus this 133. Took a couple of one scalp here. Targets, it was somewhere here. Again, took another scalp. Let me show. Sorry. Yeah, here. Here, just to let's say to break the high, just 10, 15 points. And here I got stopped out by the tick here. I got stopped out by the tick, and I think it was something related to Trump. I think because there is the Canadian
that
Prime.
move to the upside. Yeah, I saw
Was
that.
was that his surprise coming? I think he said there's going to be a big surprise coming on Thursday.
I think, yeah, it was something you can see here. Like there is a lot of talks right now. Like,
he's talking to Carney, isn't he?
yeah, Trump. There is no reason to the U.S. to subsidize Canada. Trump, we don't really want cars from Canada. So there were a lot of comments. So this was, let's say, 1 hour 30 minutes ago. Stop asking how many deals we are signing. So there was mixed sentiments. So we had this big push. I was stopped out actually by the tick. I think I entered a little bit early, anticipates the movement to the upside. Just if I can explain just why I took this buy, simply just same setup. So we had this candle here, this 15-minute candle. We took again this previous week. You can see with this week right here, close green, and we got the continuation. So for me, this is really interesting area to buy from. Maybe it was a little bit early, but on the footprint, let me show the delta how it looks like. Sorry, yeah, somewhere here. So actually, like when I saw this minus 84 right here at the low, and now we start holding it here. Just I waited a little bit to see some let's say some bullish momentum, and I entered somewhere here. Stop loss was tight a little bit, so I got stopped up literally by the tick, and then I saw this like fly into my 4 hour supply. It was also the supply right here. You can see it. We took this previous week, come back, close red, and we got continuation. So we were today actually we were sitting between this demand right here and this supply 4 hour. Like Jannie said, 4 hour is your favorite time frame, 4 hour time frame here?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So not the daily, because daily is bigger time.
No,
time
it's
frame.
just I just find that I prefer to look at the breakdown of the week or of the daily time frame, which is obviously the 4 hour. You get 6 hour candles that forms the daily. You just get a better picture. That's just my opinion. The
Yeah,
daily can
yeah.
also be very useful. For example, if you look at the pound US dollar, well, don't ask me questions, Aymane. I'll completely take over the conversation.
You had to ask him a question. You had to ask him.
Please.
But
Hmm.
no, but if you look at the pound US dollar on the daily time frame, right? You had an upper wick forming on a support level, and the probability for that to trade into that shadow is very high. So the daily is definitely important to me. You know, and so is the weekly and the monthly. They're all kind of, you can get data or very important information from all those time frames. But in terms of the 4 hour, I just feel is a very good time frame. It's also a very solid time frame, right? To look for things like patterns and so on.
Yeah.
How it's bouncing off support levels. So if something bounces off a key support level, the 4 hour for me is better than the daily, because it can find support and then move 200 pips up. And then on the 4 hour, it was kind of, you know, it was solid there, and then from there you can go to smaller time frames.
Okay.
There's your answer, Aymane. I've kept
Thank
it
you,
short.
thank you.
5 minutes.
So yeah, I had my alarm here. Just I want to take a quick scalp, but I think we missed it. So we got really good absorption here, like some big clusters inside the supply. But I don't want to FOMO it, so answer here. Let's see if we will come back again. Somewhere here I can short to target those lows right here. So yeah, if we will check just the 1 hour, like it was a little bit.
Aymane, sorry, can
bad.
you go back to that time frame you were just at right now? Can you zoom in? Yeah. Do you see what time frame is that? The 4 hour?
5 minutes.
Oh, okay. See, if I see something like that on the daily or the 4 hour, I would short, like the previous close candle. You see that like the big strong bullish candle, and then the next one you get like that inside kind of hangman type of
Here. Okay.
Yeah, you see now that for me is a short, and then you just target the previous low. Those are beautiful setups, but not on the 5 minute.
Yeah,
but 4 hour daily.
We will short it.
Oh, right now.
Yeah, it's inside the zone. So let's stop loss here. Let's see if we will take those lows right here, and then we go break even, and then the alarm. We will target this demand. We have a 15-minute demand here. Where is it? Yeah, we have this 15-minute demand. So let's see if we will come back again to this range right here and then go, or if let's say because there is a lot of times that when the NQ is moving, let's say slow, but moving lower, sometimes he continue to move lower. And also, like when you see this 1 hour candle, it was big candle into the supply. It was really choppy here. Took this week, took the liquidity one time, took the liquidity second time. So yeah, let's see if we will come back to this demand again. So if we will break this low right here, I will go break even.
Yeah, like I mean, I can quickly show you.
Yeah.
It's not identical, but this is exactly what I mean. I think it's very similar to. Obviously, the structure and so on looks slightly different, but in terms of just that candle formation, is this right? There was even one on the pound US dollar earlier. Can you see that? I'm not sure if you can see that. See, that's that strong bullish candle, and then you get that inside kind of hangman formation.
Mm-hmm. I think it's like a Coach Harvard, like a gold setup, like this inside. It's not the same, just in the other side.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you're gonna have to ask Howard. He's here right now. You can ask him.
Yeah, now the inside, yeah, is that kind of thing where the market is headed down, and then you get an inside candle, and then you kind of it's a reverse. It's basically a reversal. But I'm getting in on the break of the inside candle rather than on the close kind of thing. So
Right,
I'm waiting for momentum to kind of swing in that direction.
Okay. Sorry, Aymane, you can keep us up to date with your live trade.
Oh yeah.
This is very exciting.
Yeah. So what basically why I took this trade, as I said, like we had this big push right here. We took this previous week close red, and we took again took liquidity again from this high, and tap into this 4 hour. How it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very strong rejection, right?
Yeah. So
yeah,
and then I waited just for, maybe I enter late, but still it's a valid setup. So we were sitting in this supply right here. When I checked the delta, like we had some big clusters on the top right here. So yeah,
I was going to ask you, Aymane, just sorry, we'll see how your trade does. Hopefully it works out. But I was going to ask you on like when you scalp, do you have like some sort of, what's your approach for the day? So I'll give you an say like when you trade for the day. I know you trade for an hour and a half. I think we spoke about this before. You trade for like an hour. Like, do you have like a maximum number of trades you take, or do you like stop after a winning trade? Do you like say you'll give yourself 2 losses, or how do you approach that?
Actually, I have like minimum amounts and let's say minimum amounts in terms of dollars, minimum amounts, maximum amounts, and in terms of like scalping, if there is opportunities, like let's say I took first scalp and it was take profit, second scalp hit TP, third scalp lost and again lost. I will, if there is opportunities, I will take another 1 or 2 scalps. And when I feel like I made, let's say 500, come back break even, made 500, I feel like this is the how to say it, like this is my limit for the day. So there is maximum 3 losses, 3 consecutive losses. I call it 3 consecutive losses. In scalping, like when I scalp, the approach of scalping, at least like 5 minutes between trades. Sometimes when there is an A+ setup, yes, maybe I could re-enter, but most of the time is 5 minutes. 5 minutes between trades. And as you said, like 1 hour 30 minutes is the max.
Yeah, that's very important, because you can so easily just, I mean, you just you go nuts. You do stupid things, and you're like, why did I just place 25 trades?
and it's easy to get to like lose your mind on scalping. It's really easy to lose your mind. Like
very easy. Yeah, you can only like, even in the hour and a half, you should take breaks during that hour and a half. You know, you can't trade for longer than an hour. It's so intense and it's so quick. So I just take 3 trades, because if you, and 3 trades, and I don't care about the outcome. Well, I do care about the outcome. What am I talking about? But I mean, I don't say stop after 1 trade or 2 or so. It's 3 trades. Either I'm going to lose all 3. So there are only like 4 possible combinations when you place 3 trades. Okay, you're either going to win all 3, lose all 3. That's 2 of the scenarios, and the other one is you can have 2 winners and 1 loss, or you can have 2 losers and 1 loss. Those are the 4 possible combinations, right? Now, if you win all 3, say for example you trade 5 micros, and you have, say, 100 tick take profit and an 80 tick stop loss. So you have a 1 to 1.2 risk reward ratio. So it's slightly in your favor. And if you do that, then most of the days you'll have either 2 wins and 1 loss or 2 losses and 1 win. Most of the days will fall there, and then the other days will be you had 3 winners in a row and 3 losses in a row. Now, if you can the days where you either won all 3 or lost all 3, if those days can be split kind of 50-50, then on balance you make profit, okay? Because your risk reward ratio is 1 to 1.2. But because you are more likely to fall into the middle of those two, otherwise 2 winners or 1 loss, or 2 losses and 1 win. Say on that one, I think say 2 winners and 1 loss with 5 micros is $300, right? 2 losses, 2 winners and 1 loss. But 2 losses and 1 win is $150 loss.
But like,
do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you approach it like that, and you still try to get 3 out of 3, that's your mindset when you go in. Then you don't trade very long. It's a pretty quick session. Well, I say pretty quick session. Sometimes it's messy, and then you hit your 3, and that's it. Losses. But yeah.
For me, like the way I trade and the size of the accounts, I'm trading now. Even like I have good size, like good amounts, but I'm trading 5 micros. So I can normally I should trade 1 mini or 2 minis, but I trade 5 micros. Just like I see a lot of times that like I can get stopped out in 1 or 2 first, let's say, trades, and the two trades stopped out, and the third trade like TP. If I follow this, like my edge I will not, let's say, maximize on my edge, because for me it's all about like those days when let's say you hit, let's say the minimum amount you hit, for example, for the day is 300, 400, but there is some days that you get, let's say, 5 consecutive trades, like take profits. You know what I mean? You don't want to stop yourself and you are, let's say, winning and stop the momentum. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just 1, 2 trades, you know that this is not your day, so you call it. But sometimes like you win. For me, I don't want to stop the momentum. So maybe the next loss, and then I stop. It's tricky. Scalping is tricky. It depends on the person.
Yeah, I suppose it just kind of whatever kind of works for you, like, but we just spoke about, like, you shouldn't be in there for too long, because have you ever had like a really good day and then you end up with a really bad day?
yeah.
It's like,
sure, like
it was like that can happen like that, because you almost like, I think it's like very, like, your mindset is so, I mean, the trading psychology is such a weird thing, like, I feel like a bad day and a very good day, they're equally dangerous, right? They like having a very good day when you like on a high, that's a dangerous mindset to be in, right? Because you will
overconfident.
And you can very likely place another one with even bigger size or something stupid like that. And equally with, like, if you have a bad losing day, your mindset is also not in a good place, but you're likely to take the same action in both those mindsets, so it's anyway, but if you can keep trading and you're doing well, you have a kind of plan in place to say, okay, I don't want to like lose the momentum, then you get a loss and then you get out. That's a plan, right? That's your plan. So, and I just wanted to ask what your approach is.
But definitely, it's like you said, even in this 1 hour 30 minutes, of course I take like break, because it's tough, like, especially like with the delta charts and the price action. And you should switch, like the way I trade, I should switch between, let's say, 1 hour 30 minutes, 15 minutes. See, for example, if it's, let's say, 10:15, I should see the 15 minutes. If it's 10:30, I should see the close, come back, see the so definitely 1 hour 30 minutes. Even in 1 hour 30 minutes, like, there is break. And sometimes, like, if I start the session with first loss directly, I take like a step back, because because I know there is a lot of opportunities during this session, so I don't want, let's say, to get lost and call it. You know what I mean? So if I take the loss, just started the session and took one loss, I just always take a step back. Even though I saw another opportunity, I don't take it. I don't take it just to, let's say, to calm things down. That I am really me, and then come back again, like, and then take a couple of trades. But if I start the session, let's say, win, okay, I continue the momentum. You know what I mean? Yes, I still hold myself, but I continue the momentum.
Yeah.
Makes
No, that
sense.
makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
I got stop loss here. Got stop loss.
That's
So-
great.
Moving
Yeah.
forward.
What did the footprint charts tell you?
The footprint charts, like, you got stopped up.
Yeah.
No, just like, for example, when you have a resistance or support and you want to see this resistance, like price respect the resistance and break lower. It's same. I saw some big clusters inside the support. If I repeat, for example, this 10 times, it will work 7, 8 times, 6, 7, 8 times. So yeah, just big clusters at the top. I want to see, let's say, rejection from it and take this lows right here. But from what I can see, if I switch to the 15 minutes, so 15 minutes, yeah, we create this big cluster here at the low of the candle, but yeah, still this sell still was valid for me. So. But it was good sell.
Yeah,
Howard, do you?
Sorry.
Do you look at? Okay,
No,
really, you can go now. You go. You go.
You go. My dollar yen's going nowhere, so I cut it at break even. So that's the end of that one for now. Back tomorrow on the trading. Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, well, do you also find that the last 4 hours of the New York? We probably spoke about this so many times. The last 4 hours of the New York session is dead in Forex.
Although obviously of late there has been some interesting stuff, but I think
look at that. What are you looking at right now? That's the NASDAQ, and that's the 4 hour. You see, that's what I mean, Aymane. Like, if you look at that candle, you see that's a strong bullish candle with an upper wick, and then the next candle trades into that shadow. That's exactly what happened on the pound US dollar. If you don't mind me showing you quickly. Like, well, I need to find it first. Did I close it? No. So yeah. What have I done now? Oh, sorry, I've like maximized or zoomed in on the thing. Okay, right, yeah. See, that was so I've got no lines here, but that's exactly what you just saw on the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
So like on a close to a support. Now, obviously, the support, you can see it clearly there because I've got my lines here, right? There are all the lines here. But on the daily, see, you're closing a bullish candle. The 4 hours, you're obviously in a range, but on the daily, closing with a bullish candle with an upper wick, the probability, especially when you get this off a support level or resistance area, the probability for this to trade into the shadow is extremely high. Very, very high. Where is the NASDAQ? So that's what you saw on the 4 hour. Why does mine look different?
Like because like the closer in your broker.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Forgot about that. Yeah. So I wanted to say something. It's not live stream friendly. I'll stay clear. But yeah. Anyway, Howard, what are you going to do tomorrow? Are you going to just the smash and grab ones? You're not going to leave any long-term opportunities, right?
Yeah, smash and grab. usually just from the European Open, I guess my time 7 to 8 o'clock or so. That's usually when things start kicking off on the FX world. So I'll be looking for a bit of a trend to develop there. Hopefully, in the direction of my bias, which is dollar down. So yeah, just looking to grab something as I did with the with euro today. So that's the first the plan for tomorrow.
Sounds like a
Most
good
of the
plan to
time
me.
when we have like FOMC after the like during the day, like the NY session at the open, it's most of the time it's choppy price action. So I'm expecting, we never know, but I'm expecting maybe we could have a strong push down or up and then consolidate and stay choppy, or from the beginning just choppy price action.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, we'll see what happens, but that is our time. Howard, Aymane, always great to see you guys and get
Pleasure,
your
guys.
thoughts and insights. To
Thank you
everybody
for
watching,
giving me time this time.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Everybody watching, thanks for watching.
Good
Be
session.
safe tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's FOMC. Please be careful when you trade. Rather, I mean, if anything, trying to stay away and maybe look at Friday for some opportunities. Have a great evening.
Cheers,
We'll
guys.
see you guys
Thank
tomorrow.
you. Thank you.
Cheers. Bye-bye.